Now, why lived experience matters? When I began mental health advocacy back in 2017, it was a time when I had suicidal ideation and also depression. And I went out on my Facebook and shared my story. The feedback I got was overwhelming. I received so many comments from people who are telling me, "You're talking about me in your story." But then there were more people who came to my inbox to say, "I can't share my experience like you have because I fear what my family will think of me. I fear what my workplace will think of me. I'm also ashamed of myself, of going through whatever I'm going through, but also I do not have the language to express what's going on inside me." And that picked up my interest in the sense that how is it that so many people are going through these things, but then they're afraid of speaking up? So I went on Google and I tried to look for information on mental health in Africa. So 2017, it was very difficult to find stories I could relate to. Many of them were research papers that had been done, and they were not centering African or Black stories. It was very difficult even to find Kenyan stories on mental health. So I decided, since I had already been telling stories on my social media platforms, I said, I'm going to start documenting my healing journey. So, I was very lucky in my sense that I had a very strong community of friends who walked with me through my own therapy and just, staying with me during these very difficult times. When I was trying to document my stories, the moments I was thinking about how many more people out there are lacking the courage because of, obviously, the stigma that I was just learning surrounds mental health. Even more so that I'm a man, which is another dynamic of this equation. And I kept asking myself, what more is out there that I do not know? So I went on YouTube and I gobbled up probably all the TED Talks I could find on mental health because I wanted to equip myself with information. There was nowhere I could go in a classroom that I was qualified for to start studying these things. And the more I went, the more I'm learning about the brain, and I'm learning about neuroscience, and I'm learning about all these research methods that have been used so far in finding information about mental health. But I kept asking myself, why is it that there is a disconnect between the research that has been done so far, the research that is going on, with the community I was part of that has no idea how to express their issues? And for me, that is why I began being a bit more passionate about connecting community work with research, because without these two, there's just no way data was going to be meaningful. And so when Benta finally reached out to me to participate in this project, I was very excited because the people I talk to every day who are just ordinary Kenyans, ordinary Africans for most parts, do not have access to research language. They do not have access to academia, for example. But if I go out there and I'm talking to psychologists and I'm talking to researchers and I'm reading up all these papers with very technical language, I can continue telling stories, informing them, oh, this is what happens when your brain is traumatized. This is the part of the brain that is connected, say, to your breathing or processing your emotions. I had never known what an amygdala is before getting into this work. I never knew there's something called a prefrontal cortex. Nobody had told me that, but they taught me about a thorax and parts of an insect in primary school. And I actually felt quite angry that I was expected to be a formidable functioning citizen who pays taxes but never understands his mind. For me, somebody is rigging my life out of me. So it's really important that lived experience is part and parcel of research work, as we have been witnessing throughout the throughout the data prize, because lived experience experts aren't just people with stories. I remember meeting a German researcher in Nairobi, and we were just discussing about, the ethics around getting data from communities. And one of the concerns that I had was many times after research has been done to a community somewhere, the community never gets to understand what the study said after a research has been done. Many times these findings are presented in spaces like these. They never go back to the community to talk to the community and tell them, this is what we found out about what we talked to you about. They never get to benefit, at least even by knowledge or even by awareness about what was found out. And for me, that feels very extractive. It also feels very manipulative, in the sense that you can come to me and buy me a soda, all right, because I've given you information about my life. But then if you never come back to me to show me that, together with what I shared and what you talked to about other people regarding what I'm experiencing, this is what you found out, I never get to even appreciate that, first of all, I'm not alone in this, but also there is so much more we can do with the data and the information we have, really to better our lives. So PLE engagement, as we found out, strengthens research by improving the relevance of this research, improving the ethics by which this research is done, improving language. In one of those workshops we were discussing, you might have an idea, or you might be having a research protocol, for example, and you want to find out something in a particular community, but you may not have the particular sayings and language that can give you access to a community. And it's one thing to have knowledge about how to carry out a research, but it's another thing to communicate in a way that the person on the other side really understands, for example, your question. So one of the questions that were coming up is, for example, if I'm coming from Nairobi and I'm going to do research in, let's say, a place like Kariobangi, do I need to tweak my questionnaire or my questions in Sheng, which is Swahili mixed up with English and local languages, so that the person I'm asking these questions can really understand what I'm trying to get at? Or do I stick to the very inaccessible English that this person cannot speak, which again speaks to cultural sensitivity? Am I understanding the norms that this person lives by every day, and not just coming with my own inhibitions about what culture ought to be? Again, feeding into interpretation, but also working together, enhancing community trust. And the guiding principle here is that really nothing about us without us. This is yours.
Right. So clearly, from that, just from the intro, you can tell why lived experience matters. It really grounds the research. We've heard a lot about data, but when, for example, Rick speaks, you can tell there's a name and a voice behind the data. So talking about the engagement mandate and what we set out to do, so 3 things. First was just okay. So So the consultancy was designed to support meaningful engagement, as I've said, across the data prize. And we had 3 broad categories. So framework and strategy, that was basically helping to define what meaningful engagement should look like, reviewing the tools, providing lived experience insights. So that's where we began, just kind of like strategizing on what this will look like. And then we moved on to training and capacity building, where we were just supporting the teams to better understand what things like co-production looks like, ethics, and all the things that we discussed in our workshops. So that's what we had in training and capacity building. And then we had monitoring and learning, we had community and visibility. And for this, we were just looking to communicate lived experience in ways that are ethical and empowering. So basically, we were looking to, okay, much better. We were looking to have the consultancy not only be strategic, but we also wanted it to be practical in ways such as coming up with tools and strengthening learning platforms and peer networks, contributing to reporting, communication, and advocacy. So it was not only strategic, it was also practical in a lot of ways. So I'll try and keep this short. So our project journey, this is how the work evolved in 3 main phases. So we had the listening and grounding phase, and then we had the building shared understanding and operationalizing. Although I'll say that the phases were not smooth, they were not linear also. We kept moving in between phases. So sometimes we are building shared understanding, like with the learning spaces, but then we go back to listening and grounding, and then we have to amend the content and things like that. So in the first phase, listening and grounding, we were trying to understand what was already happening. So before we create any tools, any guidelines, just trying to understand what was happening, trying to understand what difficulties the teams were having, trying to understand also where the people with lived experience are, where they're coming from, what they're experiencing. And then in the second phase, where we were building shared understanding, and under each you can see the things that we did to support that phase. So in the second phase was building shared understanding, like I've said. So that included meetings, learning spaces. I think you guys remember the inception meetings we had. I think I remember having a meeting, for example, with Dr. Mwesiga's team, and we had a conversation around how their work was looking like, and I asked them a few questions about how they are looking to integrate lived experience, and I remember them saying those were things they had not considered at all. So that's basically what we were doing, just creating learning spaces, and then trying to develop the training content, which, you know, a lot of it we drew from the conversations that we had at the start when we had the learning spaces. And then also, we wanted that training to respond to those gaps that had come up in those conversations. And then third phase, operationalizing. Like I've said, they were not linear. We kept moving in between phases. So this is where the work became more concrete. So we had now the training manual that we took you guys through, the operational guide, which we held a meeting and you guys gave us your feedback on that, the white papers, M&E thinking, support for teams, and the community of practice that we're still thinking around because there are so many questions on that. And one major lesson from this journey is that meaningful engagement does not happen in one meeting or in one document, as I'm sure we all came to see. There's a lot to reflect on, and it requires repeated reflection. That's clearly something that came up. It also requires adaptation, and you know, we had to keep going back and forth. Something comes up and we realize, okay, maybe this won't work for this context. So we had to adapt a lot, and we are still adapting, and we'll continue to adapt. And it also requires practical support, as I'm sure the teams can attest to. So what we learned from the data that there's an implementation gap, and you guys have seen this before, so I'll just go through it quickly. So basically, one of the clearest findings was that there was a gap between support for lived experience engagement and the support. Huh? You want me to continue? You can hear me? Okay, great. So there was a gap, as I was saying, between support for lived experience engagement, which was great. The support is great, but the depth of actual engagement is, where there was a gap there. So for the stakeholder side, as you can see, most respondents had involved PLEs in some way when we were doing our surveys and all of that, which is encouraging. But when we look more closely, the most common roles were lower influence roles. As you can see from the blue, most of them were in the data collection, tool development, which are lower influence roles, basically. And on the PLE side, many respondents had either never been involved in research, or when they were involved, they were just involved as research participants. And only a very small number, I think it was only 2 stakeholders and 2 PLEs who told us that they had equal partnership across all stages of research, which clearly that's a small number. So this shows that the issue is not about whether PLEs are being engaged. Clearly, they are being engaged, but the deeper question is how they are being engaged, when they are being engaged, which came up a lot, and I'll reference that, with what power they are being engaged, and with what support. So those are the questions that came up through this journey. And one of the most useful ways to understand engagement is through a continuum, which, thanks to Doris, hooray, this continuum really helps us to understand engagement. So sometimes when we say PLEs are involved, we don't say enough. It's great that they are being involved, as we have seen, but were they involved as participants? Were they consulted? Were they helping just with one activity, as we've seen, just with data collection? Were they shaping decisions, which is a big question, even to the teams? Were they co-leading? And this continuum, it helps us to move from just vague language to clearer practice. So we have participation, where they just take part as respondents or study participants; consultation, where they're just asked for their views or feedback, but they don't really shape decisions. We have collaboration, where PLEs contribute to selected stages. We have co-creation, where they help shape design, analysis, interpretation, and strategy. And then we have partnership or co-leadership, which is what we are striving towards, where they share decision-making authority across the research cycle. So participation and consultation are not wrong. They could be useful, but if engagement stops there, it remains limited. So the goal is to keep asking, where are we currently? And even as I'm saying it, perhaps you can reflect even on this project and any other projects that you will be involved in. Where are we currently, and on the continuum, and what would it take to move deeper along this continuum? So for this project, ideally much of the engagement was around consultation and collaboration, but hooray, there was emerging movement towards co-creation and partnership. Clap for yourselves. Yeah. So this movement matters. It might seem small, and clearly we have a lot to do to work towards this 2 stages, but there was emerging movement, which is fantastic, and props to you guys because you really tried. So across the research journey, what does meaningful engagement look like? And I know we've discussed this in our training sessions, so I'll not dwell on this. but just for us to see that in the different stages, there are different ways to involve lived experience. And yeah, just have a look through to remind yourselves for future reference. Let me give you 1 minute to read through. Great. So we are saying that PLEs as partners at every stage, from shaping the priorities to driving impact. And I remember, was it Bianca? Who is Bianca? Is she around? I think I remember her telling me that she realized that they involved lived experience too late because they'd already set priorities and all of that. So she was able to recognize that perhaps they need to involve lived experience earlier. And we'll talk a bit about that later. But this is what we are saying, that meaningful involvement is across all stages of the research journey. Handing it over to Rix.
Over the course of the past 1 year or so, there have been a couple of movements, as Benta has rightly mentioned, and some of it is very tangible, some of it is very soft. Among them is, at least to a certain basic extent, we have developed a shared language around meaningful engagement. For most parts, at least right now in the data prize, in the prize teams, the researchers and the lived experience expert understand this is why we need LE involvement in research. There has been at least an understanding of moving from mere tokenism toward co-production and partnership. And of course, a lot of this movement is more systemic than it is individual. And perhaps even we might need to start asking questions around researcher education at school level. How can we inculcate this education at that level so that when researchers are coming out of school, they do understand just how pertinent LE involvement is in the whole research process? And likewise, capacity building advocates as well as lived experience experts in helping them know how to communicate with researchers. And so, which would lead to stronger recognition of LE as expertise. There's been also an improvement in understanding the needs assessment and evidence-informed learning. So we've gathered insights from PLEs and stakeholders and teams for them to understand how important it is to work seamlessly together, to understand the barriers and enablers that have been identified in their lines of work, both that support and hinder their work from being smoother. And these findings that have been translated into trainings and tools have been very helpful in the workshops that help us educate each other on just how working together meaningfully really looks like. We've been developing a training manual and capacity building resource that I think we are still working on. I think it's almost done, but still a lot of work is going into it. And the major role of this is to continue engaging both lived experience experts together with the researchers, even post this project, just because, especially in the African continent, there is so much opportunity for this work, but it also needs so much investment and so much goodwill. We saw stronger implementation support in the teams. So we had all these check-ins and one-on-one support with the teams. There was troubleshooting around role clarity, power, and tokenism, as the lived experience expert would clearly attest, together with the researchers that were in there. Communication and visibility. So we've had at least a stronger framing of PLEs as contributors and not just case studies who data is being collected from. And at least there's been an improvement in African-led narratives around co-production and mental health research. There's been a lot to learn from this process. The first one there, I have a funny story from last week. My friends and I were at home and we were discussing, and somebody asked me, when we think of relationships, is love enough? Is it enough to just say you love someone and now that means a relationship is going to work automatically? But the truth is, there is so much more that goes into things like intimacy, for example. You might have very good intentions to make something work, but then if you don't have the skills, structures and systems that can continue supporting your good intentions, then they may most likely actually end up sometimes being abuse. So with meaningful engagement of PLEs, we do need structures, also because you are managing people, you're managing cultures, you're managing new information that you've probably never come across before around engagement. There's a lot of power dynamics that is involved. So without structures, sometimes good intentions are just not enough. Power does not disappear just because PLEs are in, the power dynamics don't disappear just because PLEs are being invited. We must actively be discussing what power dynamics look like. And I know in many of our spaces, this is still a very complex and comfortable conversation because it forces us to start humanizing each other. We are living in a world where knowledge has also been weaponized. And so if you perceive somebody to be of a higher rank just because they have bigger papers or they speak better English, and somebody else considered lacking that, being looked as otherwise, and yet they do have a lot of information that could be helpful in the overall planning or development of something like research protocols, then working together could be very difficult. So it's a call to everybody who is involved in research to start thinking more about how do we create human-centered research protocols. Both PLEs and researchers need capacity building. The learning cannot sit on one side only. Not only LEs, but not only researchers, and also not only stakeholders, not only funders. The whole ecosystem needs capacity building because we often have to keep asking ourselves who is being left out in our forms of trying to develop better research protocols, better dissemination practices, better studies that are actually going to help people in the future. Compensation is a difficult subject. It's an ethical issue. Payment signals whether lived expertise should be valued. And many of the lived experience experts that we were working with in the prize teams did not know, say, how to value their expertise. They didn't know, for example, how much to ask for. Neither did the researchers even know, so how do I compensate this person for the skills they're bringing on board? And that's why we saw Rita from Uganda yesterday. Her first picture when she was presenting was to show her rate card. She was very helpful to the rest of the LEs here to just give them an idea of what expertise looks like when we are trying to value yourself. The other communication around that is LEs are also going to be different. They're going to have different skills. They're going to have different exposures. They're going to have different understandings of their own journey and what they can bring to the table. So as where we are, there's always, we're advocating for room for negotiation so that people do feel that their skills are being compensated justly in the whole research process. Safety and dignity should always be at the center of the research process and must also be protected. Again, these are issues we've spoken about in the workshops, in the trainings: no forced disclosure and no unsupported emotional labor. And engagement must be monitored, because if it is not tracked, it's very hard to improve. You can only understand what you measure. And that meaningful engagement is iterative, and it requires reflection, adjustment, accountability, and relationship building. In the training manual, we are discussing what it looks like when there is conflict between a researcher and a PLE, or the teams that are working together in the research process. Many times, these are issues previously that have not really been catered to, because we focus on the protocol more than the people themselves. The researcher sometimes could be coming with their own bias. How do we handle that in community work or when data is being collected? And so the common barriers that have been there in the lessons that we are learning, and what has helped is, in countering stigma and fear of disclosure, we are ensuring that there's confidentiality and that information is being shared voluntarily, and there is respectful language being used. Trying to counter tokenistic involvement is, clarifying roles, discussing decision-making powers for influence from the beginning to the very end, up to dissemination level for PLEs, and formidable feedback loops. The use of research jargon, this has been a big problem. So how do we make research protocols have at least plain language that people can use to communicate to LEs? Preparatory sessions, which are very important psychologically to prepare the people we are working with. Power imbalances, we've spoken about that. Compensation delays or uncertainty, how do we handle money conflict issues, which are almost always here? Understanding emotional labor and making people's time count. One person representation, sometimes if data is being collected from children or queer people or underrepresented groups, how do we go around these complexities? So intersectionality recruitment, which again is part of very pertinent in this conversation. Sustainability concerns are part of this too as well. How are we handling monitoring and evaluation tools? Developing communities of practice, and formidable operational guides. What has changed because lived experience has been centered? I think I'm the one doing this. There's been increased confidence in the LEs. We've also seen skills development. We have seen that the LEs have felt there is a greater sense of purpose, as you will hear from a short video that we are about to play. There's been a stronger peer connection. There's been a general recognition of lived experience as expertise, which is, for me, one of the biggest achievements we've made for this project. There's been more reflection on power and language. So many questions are coming out of here, like, to what level does a researcher involve a lived experience expert, and how much power are they supposed to have in the whole process? It is still somewhat a difficult conversation in other quarters. There's been a better understanding of ethical engagement. There's been stronger awareness of tokenism risks, and a clearer need for structures, budgets, and support. There's also been, on the side of the researchers and the teams, stronger relevance of questions and tools, more culturally sensitive approaches, and a better understanding of community realities, improved trust, which is very important, and rapport, and of course, more accessible interpretation and dissemination. I'll ask Joel to play a video, so we'll hear from two other PLEs on what the experience has been, just for our reflection. Not yet. Okay, there we go. Where is it playing from?
And I am a left expert in the being part of the left experience team on the good day. I am Tamara Luna, and I am part of the African Research Project based in South Africa. And I am a left expert in the group. Being part of the left experience team on the African has been such an I've been involved right from the planning stage of achieving interview guides and how to especially the young folks, which may be really hard to find. Now that I'm doing my master's in psychology, the team has already
Okay, we are having an issue with the speaker system. We'll probably post this somewhere much later. But basically, the LEs were appreciating the roles they felt they had in the teams and just how important this experience has been for them. And they were asking for more opportunities for upskilling, but also to be involved with more research work in the near future. Recommendations?
So Doris already told us we have 10 minutes left, so I'm going to rush through this. We had already shaved down our presentation, so yeah, clearly we had a lot to say. So what should continue beyond the prize? So first thing that came up is that we need to involve PLEs early. As I've said, that's something Bianca said. And maybe my recommendation to the funders, which we'll get there, would be when putting out proposals, I'm thinking there should be, because when we're talking about involving PLEs early, sometimes the teams might not understand what that looks like. So they don't really know who's a PLE. And we've had this conversation about the difference between people with lived experience and lived experience experts who have gone through training to be able to be involved in research. So there's a difference between that. So yes, they might want to involve PLEs early, but there needs to be, and I'm thinking there could be like a video that takes through or takes the teams through what involving PLEs looks like. What kind of person are you looking like? Do you need to train them so that they upskill and they're able to, contribute to your research, so that when you're onboarding someone, they can go through kind of like an instructional video for them to know what the research process looks like. How does it relate to them, for example, participating in setting up the priorities of the research? What does that look like? So ideally have like an instructional videos, I'd say, to the funders when putting out calls, and then also budget properly, because if the money follows, so we need to budget properly, not only for their compensation, but also for their transport and things like that. Define their roles and decision-making power, so that they know what they're coming to do on the project. It's not just a vague title, you're just a lived experience expert. What does that look like? What's expected of you? And things like that. Use an engagement tracker. In fact, my question to the teams is there any team that had or has an engagement tracker for how they involved lived experience and how that impacted their project? Right. That's why I put it under what should continue beyond the prize, because, moving forward, ideally, we should have an engagement tracker so that we know how lived experience impacted your projects, and then build capacity on both sides. Like I've said, have an instructional video, right on onboarding the team, so that they know, the researchers know what involving lived experience will look like for them, and the PLEs know what being involved in research will look like. Creating feedback loops. That's important. Okay, we've given input. What does the input mean for the research? So that it's not just one way and feeling extractive. And then we also need to protect dignity and well-being. So recommendations to institutions and funders. So not only APHRC, every other institution. Clearly, one thing that would help is if they embed lived experience engagement in your research policies, in your frameworks, in your SOPs. That way, it becomes the norm of research. It doesn't become isolated just to one project where it's required by the funders. It's actually it's been institutionalized. That will help researchers and other people adjust to that. Of course, maintain the training materials and the operational guidance and other practical tools, supporting the communities of practice and peer learning networks. That will be important for institutions. Include lived experience indicators into your monitoring, evaluation, and reporting systems, which signals that lived experience is important and valuable and not just something that you have to do because the funder requires it. Strengthen the ethics and safeguarding, so confidentiality and emotional well-being and other things. In the corporate space, this tends to be overlooked a lot. If I went into work and I was feeling some type of way, then I'm expected to sit down and just work. But if we are going to embed lived experience into institutions, then we need to really think about emotional well-being and begin to humanize corporate spaces. And then for the funders, require meaningful lived experience engagement plans in funding applications, which are already doing fantastically, allowing for the budgets, not only for compensation, like I said, for training, for safeguarding, for transport and things like that. Then review the depth of engagement so that it's not just presence or number of PLEs involved, to what extent along that continuum were PLEs involved. That way it also signals that research teams not only need to engage lived experience, but also, I'm wrapping because of the time, but also they need to engage them deeply, and then supporting PLE leadership and capacity building, create opportunities for them and things like that, and then also supporting longer term engagement. The question is, beyond individual projects and grants, what does that look like? And that's a conversation that would be important to have. And then something that the teams really shared that came up a lot. In fact, we added the ethics committees later, but the teams shared that they had trouble applying for ethics, all of that, with PLEs on their teams, because most ethics committees recognize PLEs just as research participants, as a lot of you shared. So they need to recognize them as research participants, yes, but also as research partners. And that could look like, are they core investigators and things like that. So there was a lot of challenge in how to apply for ethics clearance, because there really wasn't that leeway. So that's a recommendation for the ethics committees. Then reviewing the clarity of the roles, which is, again, a conversation that we need to have. And then assessing the safeguarding measures. What are the support structures for PLE contributors? That's completely lacking in ethics committees. Reviewing the compensation practices to ensure fairness and equity. And then to ensure informed consent, so that processes reflect partnership. So we are looking to move from participation to partnership, and finally to leadership. So institutional change, it requires commitment, not only from the researchers, but also from the funders, the institutions, and ethics systems alike. So we kind of came up with a sustainability model, and what that looks like, I'll do this shortly. So we need to support the people, the contributors, the mentors, the champions. We need to develop the tools, that's the training manuals and the operational guides and so on and so forth, the engagement trackers, so that we can be able to monitor and evaluate what engagement looks like. And then we move on to practices and ensure that these practices are embedded into the institution and not just one-off projects. And then finally to the systems, where now lived experience is embedded into the policies, into funding requirements, into advisory structures, reporting standards, and COPs. So if we move along this path, then we'll be able to ensure that it's sustainable, so that it's not something that's just isolated on the project level. Finally,
our biggest message is that lived experience is inculcated in the research ecosystem. And this is on probably all levels of research. And it's a call to all types of stakeholders to understand just how important it is to be involving meaningfully lived experience expertise from the beginning to the end of research projects. There is so much opportunity in this continent since we are experiencing incredible data gaps, and we cannot keep thinking of filling these gaps when we are leaving out the people who are experiencing and are living out the real life that we want to understand in our research. And so that means thinking a lot harder, spending a lot more money, doing more trainings to help understand just how do we get the best out of what we are trying to achieve, just so that in the end, all of us really make this work about people. Thank you so much.
Finally, allow us to thank, first of all, the team at Aphrc, led by Sylvia and the rest. They were so supportive. If not for them, this work would not have happened. The funders, hooray! Thank you for requiring that lived experience be involved in the project. Also to the project teams. We used you a bit as guinea pigs. Clap for yourselves. Good job being guinea pigs in some ways. There was a lot to adjust, but you guys were very flexible. And also to the lived experience experts themselves. Hooray! Yeah, thank you for sharing your insights with us. We are very grateful. Yeah. Ooh, question right off the bat. I actually referenced a conversation we had, but you were not in the room. It's okay.
All right, first of all, a big thank you to the lived experience team, Benta and Onyango. Again, a clap.
Yeah.
So we still have time for questions. I see the hands are already up, and we're also asking for you to just understand what's going on with the sound. We are going to have some connection going on because yesterday they switched off the screens. So you may see people climbing into the roof or something. I think that's the plan for a few minutes before the next presenter comes on. But in the meantime, we'll be dealing with the questions. So who was the first? Please go ahead.
All right. So first, thank you, Benta and Yango, for bringing us along this journey, and well done to you guys. So I want to know about the different roles that lived experience people can be involved in on projects. So we've spoken about co-researchers, we've spoken about advisory groups, we've spoken about a whole bunch of different, but what is actually good from your perspective? Like, how do you want to be involved? And from speaking to the other PLE leads, like, is there an ideal model? What would you want?
Testing. Okay, so before I hand it over to Rix, I think, okay, so for the operational guide, which I think maybe we'll go over again, we have given recommendations on what that looks like on different levels, but from the horse's mouth.
I think it will be important in the beginning to know who you're looking for. As I mentioned again, LEs are also different in expertise themselves. And they also have different levels of knowledge. So you want to understand the kind of person you're looking for. And this is why upskilling for the LEs is very, very important. For example, I've had experience in mental health advocacy. I'm very good in, say, storytelling around childhood trauma and gender dynamics. If you need somebody like me who would help you understand how to speak to people who've had childhood trauma but they don't have the language, I'm the person you go to. There are so many others who don't have the expressions that I've learned over time, for example, who are still, it's still important for them to be involved in this practice, but then they may need a bit more support to be able to even share information. So if you know the person you're looking for first, and then when you're coming to me, for me, I would love to know what the research is about from the beginning of the ideation process. Like, you want to do something, come and talk to me, and then I can tell you, oh, this is how I'd love to be involved in this. And then we could design the structure of engagement together.
Yeah, I hear that, but I guess I'm asking, there's trade-offs, like pros and cons for the research team and for the people with lived experience. Like, I think sometimes it's quite a heavy weight to be involved in the research. Or if you're actually a peer counselor and you're providing services, you know, that's a really different way of engaging in a project, or if to being an advocate. You know, so I'd be keen to hear more from like a collective voice of people with lived experience about their experiences of being involved in these different roles and what is a good opportunity for them and what's challenging for them. Because we kind of operate on the assumption that they would want to be involved in the research, but I think that might not always be a fair assumption.
Yeah, maybe even to add on that is also discussing capacity, right? Because yes, I might want to be involved, but maybe I may need more capacity, or I don't have present capacity to be involved in a certain way. So again, because we are fairly all new to this in a way, and of course the questions are going to be complex, but then I'm just grateful that we are even here discussing this right now. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think, Bianca, something that would help resolve this somewhat is having a community of practice, which we're looking to build. That way the lived experience experts know this is what I like, this is what I don't like, so that when a call is put out, they know this is my niche, this is not my niche. So, you know, conversations that are just beginning, but yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get there.
All right, thanks. There's someone else.
Thank you for the amazing presentation. So I have 3 questions and 1 point. I just wanted to share that remuneration or compensation of persons with lived experience will always be a challenge. First, because we do not know the amount of money persons with LE are supposed to be remunerated. And secondly, because when proposals are written, persons with lived experience are not involved from inception. And I think when they're enrolled from inception and there is AVE's mental health developed a clear remuneration package for persons with, and I think this is a package or a model that should be looked onto when, you know, writing proposals, so that there's not going to be any conflict between the researcher and the person with lived experience.
Sorry, before you continue, we've actually had that conversation. I think you guys remember we had a meeting where we discussed what would work and we gave recommendations. Do you recall? Yes, so we have given recommendations of what we think would work based on the experience we've had so far. Yeah.
Okay, so my next question, just two questions. So last week I was in a meeting for WHO where we were trying to look at the targets for 2030, and we were in a meeting with the Ministry of Health. So something interesting is that Kenya has so many policies, and that's really brilliant. And while we are advocating for persons with lived experience to be integrated in research, I think one other angle we should look onto is policy. Policy looks a bit scary because the big fish, quote unquote, are normally there. How do you think we can advocate for persons with lived experience to be in these tables? Because policies that are for persons with lived experience, they should always be on those decision-making tables, because these policies are for us, and there we are supposed to be ensuring that we're there. My last question. I am currently writing a paper for Lancet Commission Psychiatry, and one thing that we are focusing on is the definition of lived experience. I feel like this is sort of not a new concept, but I think like we really need to redefine what lived experience is. So what is your take on defining lived experience as a person with lived experience and as a caregiver? Because these are two different people. The lived experience has experiences through a mental health condition, and a caregiver has gone through it through the service use or service delivery. So what is your take? I'd also really like to share that in the Aphrc project, Dr. Mary was one of my greatest mentors, and it's really great when you meet such researchers who empower you and are really willing to learn from you, and you get to do so many great things together. And thank you for your presentation.
Okay, Kanasa.
Right, so Rix will take the question on policy, but for this other question, which was?
Redefining lived experience.
Defining that. So, and I think that's something that Welcome has really tried to work on. That's definitions and what that looks like. I think there's also a paper that Doris was in charge of publishing where they've been definitions given and things like that. So I think maybe it's that we need to share the work more, but we've actually come up with or attempted to come up with definitions around who a caregiver is and how that ties into lived experience, who a person with lived experience is. We're also discovering that there are lived experience experts. These are people who have been capacitated to be involved in research and things like that. So maybe we need to share this more, which we will.
On policy, I would say that nearly in every field of lived experience, often there are people who've been doing advocacy work, who have lived experience as well. And many times they have some understanding of communicating, this experience in a way that can be understood to government or people who are policymakers and stuff like that. I would recommend that mapping out those people in a particular field and upskilling them in understanding, first of all, just the goings-on of policy, the same way we've done with LEs here, and making them understand what research is, because in the trainings, we started from the very basics. What is the process of research? How does this look like? Blah, blah, blah. So we do the same for policy in your question, so that they understand also this is what the process of policy is like. Then how can I see myself advocating for people with lived experience with the expertise that I have, so that we are able to be part of those tables when time needs it. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I think Samuel had a question, then we can pick one from online and...
Thanks for the presentation. And yeah, initially I had a question, but based on the conversation, I don't know whether I would put it in the way of my thoughts or something that you should think about, especially when you showed the steady results of why most of the researchers were not engaging or maybe sparingly engaging with people with lived experience. I just wanted to know, why do you think that was the case? But based on the conversation, it appears maybe at the inception of the project, like you mentioned, people had different ways in which they wanted to engage people with lived experience. And sometimes maybe that expectation was not aligned with the people. Maybe for some, it was supposed to be, they were expected to be participants. For others, maybe they were expected to be, people with expertise. So I think it would be better if you could define or clarify what are the different types of people with lived experience. And like you mentioned, you had one of the recommendations that institutions should adopt or maybe have this in some of their SOPs and things like that. But I'm just wondering, like, if I have a study on children, are the children going to be the people that I engage, or should I engage the caregivers who are living with the children and things like that? So I think it's something that we need to clarify. What are the roles specifically for people with lived experience? And then the researchers would know that, okay, based on this, because if I got you into the project for you to be someone who is a participant, but later on, because of the engagement, you feel entitled that you should be treated as an expert, then you would see that there is, it creates that mismatch. And I think that is what is creating the process. I may want you as a participant, but when I'm ideating,
Sorry, the mic went off. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, and I think, let me say, a lot of this has been a learning curve. For example, the team at Shamiri, their lived experience experts are, I think they have advisors and they have like lay providers and so on and so forth. So we are learning from the projects what those definitions look like. And we are looking to expand over time, but the projects have been useful in helping us expand our understanding of what lived experience looks like. And it's an important conversation. Ideally should be ongoing. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, we can have the last question from the room.
Sorry, it's not necessarily a question. My name is Margaret. I'm a lived experience advisor for Welcome, and specifically a learning partner for this data prize in terms of lived experience. So just a couple of contributions. What we define as lived experience in for us as Welcome is expertise that comes from having mental health problems. So it could be current, it could be past, and we also understand that not every single person has had formal diagnosis. So then you do not need to have formal diagnosis for you to be considered as a lived experience expert. And we primarily visualize lived experience as expert, similar to the research expertise as well. So it's not as an add-on or complementary, but very integral to the lived experience process. So in terms of lived experience, looks very different in different contexts, in different research processes, in different geographies. And here, specifically in the African continent, it's not as advanced as lived experience in, let's say, Australia or the UK. And also the infrastructure of it is also primarily quite new. Not saying lived experience in Africa is new. It's just been, there's been different terms or different approaches, but we've not really narrowed it down to lived experience. We've had community engagement, we've had other aspects of involving people, but it's not primarily lived experience. And also for us as Welcome, it's also a learning space for us, and we do not want to really drill down what we think lived experience is. And we also do not have the ideal lived experience engagement. But for us, what we see as one of the best practices is having a co-production model. So not just having lived experience experts being brought in to either ratify research priorities or to just give an okay on the research design. But we envision that for research, we need to have lived experience from the start, from conceptualizing of the ideas to coming up with the research priorities, basically having the co-production model. And we have different instances or different research that have lived experience as co-applicants. We have lived experience as the core team, the research team. We have lived experience as the the team that is designing the tools to be used. So it's basically a whole process. So, and the best person to tell you what the ideal lived experience in that specific process is the team that you're actually bringing on board. And the other aspect is also, who are you bringing on board? So the relevant expertise. So if your research is in anxiety, depression, and psychosis, and your lived experience experts have expertise in, let's say, something else, let's say ADHD or something totally different from what you're actually bringing on, then that is not relevant expertise. If if you're looking into psychosis and you're bringing on board caregivers, that is also quite very different. It's expertise, but it's also an add-on, complementary, but that is not the core expertise. So you can have expertise, lived experience expertise is very key. And you can have other, you can bring on board caregivers, and especially in instances where lived experience experts, because then there are also others where it's also quite very difficult to engage them. So people who are psychotic, in active psychosis, then they also need support. So then we also rely on caregivers to also assist in that. If your research is in children, then let that expertise come from children, not come from their parents. You can have parents to facilitate the process, also have parents give the expertise, but that is not the relevant expertise. But I think the key thing is, let the team that you're bringing on board define what the ideal engagement is, the ideal expertise to bring on board is. But also, when you're sitting down, make sure you have also the appropriate expertise. So then, once you have the appropriate expertise, you know how best to move forward from that. And also, some of the other aspects is also in terms of power sharing. You bring on board a team. So you can have an advisory group to facilitate on that. You can have, aside from having an advisory group, you can have a specific person also with lived experience facilitate that advisory group. And basically also have the input that is being given, have it like directly having like the continuous loop models, the feedback loop that actually feeds into, and not just having you've already made your decisions and then now you're taking to people in lived experience and asking them, is this appropriate, and yet you've already made decisions. The other aspect is also having people in lived experience in the governance of research. So decision making. So once they're there, then in terms of power sharing, I think that is also quite good. So it's basically the whole process. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. I think the discussion around lived experience engagement can go on the whole day because it's still also a field in which we are fairly green on both sides, as the researchers and the lived experience teams and program teams. So I think the only thing I can add is the alternative phrases when you're looking for information on lived experience engagement from the research side and how it's being referred to. There are so many we've come across. There's a lived experience engagement, patient and public involvement, user engagement. Some people are calling it community-based participatory research, service user engagement, service user involvement, patient participation, which can be caregiver, family, survivor, co-production, co-creation. So all those, if you're looking for information about lived experience, you'll still find it under that wide variety of terms. So it's really a dynamic field, and the team has told us that, and shown us that there are still lots of opportunities for improving this field in the African setting. So please talk to Benta Onyango, Margaret. There are lots of people to follow up on this with. And thanks a lot for your engagement. Okay, so next we have Daniel online. He's going to talk about the data governance, ethics, and open science. After which we'll have the coffee break, go to the panel, and start to wind down. Thanks.
confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, Daniel, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to be presenting this to you. I would have wished to be there in person. Unfortunately, I was not able to. And I've tried as much as possible to follow through the conversations since Tuesday. Very rich discussions, and some of which have actually been mentioned that I'm going to talk about shortly. Before I go very far, I would like to first recognize the work that was done by Fanuel Omondi, who was ideally leading this open science work for the Mental Health Enterprise. And he is not with us today in this meeting. Yeah, but I'm going to present on his behalf about open science, and also touch on aspects around ethics and data governance as well. Now, this is a topic that I'm really passionate about because it is one that ensures that we actually save resources, so that we don't reinvent the wheel when something has already been done. Basically, research building on another piece of work that has already been done. It's about making work open and sharing knowledge, sharing practices, sharing good practices and lessons, so that it can benefit others who are also thinking about doing similar things, as we all collectively contribute to changing lives of people across the world. So this is about open science, but this open science also must be done within the confines of ethics and data governance, privacy, and all that, which I'm going to talk about. So in this presentation, I will just mention about why open science is important, the approach that was taken for this mental health enterprise, the tools and the platforms that were adapted or adopted, some of the achievements, and what still remains to be done. So, of course, it's now almost common knowledge within the mental health space that we have a big challenge of data availability. Sometimes data can be available but siloed. It's available in fragmented places or in different places, but with very limited sharing. And of course, because of issues of data privacy, and this is a very sensitive topic. And so sometimes when you need very lots of big data, a lot of data to be able to build your models, machine learning models and AI, we are limited because of that reason. There's restricted access to code and findings. And so all these challenges is what the Mental Health Enterprise Africa sought to change through the open science work. And so the goals really were to share progress, and this includes everything that is contributing to the work, the data sets, the documentation of that, the code itself, and through open platforms such as GitHub and Zenodo, and open science framework, and of course to see how we can apply licenses such as the Creative Commons to ensure that when people share, there is proper attribution to the source of the data and the resources that are being shared. And one of the biggest reasons for open science is really to promote transparency, and I want to add accountability, and also making sure that the work that we are doing is reproducible, is replicable, and it fosters collaboration because when you share this with colleagues from other places, then it ensures that nobody reinvents the wheel when already something has been done, and sharing of that knowledge is very useful. And of course, there is buzzword called FAIR, making sure that data is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable across all research cycle. And so one of the goals of open science was really to embed that within our work. So for mental health, our guiding principle was make it as open as possible, but close it as necessary because of the reasons of vulnerability of the populations that we deal with. Mental health data is generally sensitive. And so it's important that even as we make it open, we put enough sufficient safeguards to ensure that the populations, the people, the data subjects that we work with are actually protected and their privacy is not, their privacy rights are actually enhanced. So the approach that we took in this was, I'm going to just walk through the different phases. So it was really a blended approach where we included aspects of capacity building and one-on-one support to different teams, and introducing some of the platforms that may have already been used by some teams, but for some teams, some platforms were new. And so in the first phase, this is where we did some needs assessments to just understand the situation when we began, so that we can tailor the capacity building approach, tailor it to the needs. And that's the phase also that we did set up the platforms, develop templates to standardize the different outputs from across all the 10 teams. So that is really phase 1 and phase 2. In phase 3, this is when we had a workshop in Uganda last year. So this is where we introduced some foundational things, principles, the platforms that we were going to use, and creating that rapport. And so this is a process really that was led by Fanuel. Fanuel was actually in Uganda last year, some of you may remember. Now, after that, we had, after the physical workshop in Uganda, there were thematic sessions that were virtual. So some of these sessions included sessions that were focused on specific themes, for example, licensing, issues around dissemination and reproducibility, and also some of the platforms, each of the platforms having some focused session, introduction to GitHub and how to use it, introduction to Open Science Framework and how to use it, and Zenodo and how to use it. And of course, that continued with one-on-one mentorship across the teams over more than 30 days. So teams who could ask questions and Fanuel, of course, could respond and have some one-on-one sessions with them. And of course, that followed dissemination strategy support and governance. And also very importantly, and actually this is one of the things that I've seen in this space to be quite challenging for some people, is the documentation. And documentation is really a key thing in any work. Documenting what you do so that you keep the trail of what has happened, and you can reference that at a later time. And so supporting teams on how to do proper documentation, ensuring that the knowledge is shared. And of course, that followed with a report that Fanuel shared with us a few days ago. So some of the platforms that were introduced are Open Science Framework, I mentioned. So this is really an important tool for project management. It helps with documentation and collaboration. Planning specifically is very useful when you're planning your research and how you're going to do it across. So it also supports pre-registration, digital object identifier assignment, and version control for all the research materials. We also used GitHub. This is one of the most common. If you're a data scientist or statistician and you do a coding, so you must know GitHub. GitHub is a platform that helps with collaborative coding. So this is where you can write your code, share code, and it enables transparency when developing any platforms or you're writing your codes. Because then you can share your code and your code can be audited by colleagues. So for peer review also, somebody can actually contribute to your code. So it enables that transparency, auditable code development through things like commits. These are terminologies, jargons that Benta was just mentioning a few minutes ago. Commits, branches, and pulls. So these commits are English words, but in the GitHub space, it means something else. It means that it basically means committing your code, right, so that it can be available. And then, of course, another platform is Zenodo. Zenodo is used for archiving. So it helps to automatically archive GitHub releases, making code and data permanently citable. So that's important because then sometimes you can have your code available, but people do not know how to cite it, so that you can get recognition of the work that you've done. So through Zenodo, then your code can actually be cited, and thus you as a researcher are getting recognition, or developer are getting recognition for the work that you've done. But of course, so these platforms are separate. But the approach that we took in this project was to integrate all of them. So OSF for planning, GitHub for code development, and Zenodo for archiving. So all of them contributing to some specific task. So the teams linked OSF projects to GitHub repositories and configured auto archiving to Zenodo. So what I had mentioned earlier also is the standardized templates that were developed. For example, the Open Science Framework folder structure, the GitHub repository layout, README files, which are constant files that are within any open science tool. So that's the first thing that you always do when you get to any platform. You read it first, because it actually tells you, read me, just read me, because then that's where you get an overview of what that platform is about. Metadata, that is for documentation, and of course other platforms, and social media dissemination guide. So as I mentioned, there were some trainings that were done. So some of the achievements that that were accomplished during this phase. So first of all is that 9 out of all the 10 teams are actually on Open Science Framework and GitHub. So that's good. For the training, satisfaction levels were high, 4.4 out of 5 on that scale. About 85% of the teams are sharing data openly now, which is good. But also very importantly is that the confidence of the team in open science, the use of open science, and why open science is important, that confidence grew after the training by about 68 percentage points, which is really, really good. So some of the platforms I mentioned, of course, is OSF, GitHub, and of course, how we organized is that there's a parent project, and then each project are linked to that, or each of the 10 projects are linked to that parent project. And all the 9 out of the 10 teams that are on GitHub actually were able to do that. The publishing of open metadata files was still low, and sharing of datasets, and about 3 out of the 10 teams. And of course, applying open sciences, open science licenses, 2 out of the 3 teams have actually done that. So one of the things that actually I can mention here is that also the collaboration on the platforms. So this was really good because it improved from 70% to 100% fully collaborative project, platform-based collaboration from 70% to 200% by endline. So this is really good, and data sharing publicly from 53% to 85%, which is good. And of course, the knowledge about FAIR principles and how to use them. That knowledge increased to about 54% from 27%, which is good. So one of the participants actually said this, from the trainings, that it was inspiring to know that even lived experience can be equipped to learn such methodologies. And I'm just linking with the previous presentation on lived experience, where they mentioned that actually lived experience experts can actually be trained on throughout the life cycle of the research, including analysis. And what I learned from that presentation was that at analysis, they can actually help with interpretation of the findings, so that they can give their lived experience lens to the findings. And of course, for them to know that they need to also be aware about the methodologies that were used, which is good. So this was really are good from the participants. Sorry. So some few metrics on some of the indicators that we measured after training, from baseline to endline after the trainings. So familiarity with open science. You can see that across all the metrics, actually, there was an improvement from 77% to 92%. Confidence in open science from 16% to 85%. Actively applying FAIR principles from 27% to 54%. Sharing research data publicly. I mentioned already some of these things previously. And then, of course, satisfaction levels. So these are just some of the metrics that I mentioned here in this slide. So just for your appreciation. So quickly, just some of the lessons that we learned and some of the challenges that still persist even as we continue forward with this work. One is that we think that it's important, based on what we've learned so far, that it's important to start these things early. Introduce open science approaches early when the project is starting. In fact, during conceptualization, conceptualize it well and bring in the required expertise to be able to do that as early as possible. Because when it's introduced at mid or towards the end, then some work will not be done by the time the project is ending. Needs assessment is important for training purposes. So if we are going to embed capacity building, then we need to know how to tailor some of those training needs, how to tailor the training to the needs of the participants. Standardized templates for shared resources. So that's important. We learned that, and that's what we did. Now, comparing in-person sessions with the virtual sessions, we actually think that in-person sessions are better at ensuring that the training is delivered well. So virtual sessions is fine, yeah, but as you'll see in the next slide, that some of the participants actually the participation was reducing as the days went by. And so we think that to cure that, then better to organize in-person focused training for a few days focused, because then knowledge will be shared better in that way. When training or when designing open science initiatives, the expertise is important. So ensuring that the technical staff, the people who actually know what needs to be done, take the lead in some of these things. And then, of course, other team members can actually support, but the people who take the lead should actually be people who know how to use some of these platforms, who then can share the knowledge or pass the knowledge to the others. And it's important to continuously share feedback feedback with teams, across teams, between teams, to just ensure that the knowledge is shared and we are learning as we go by, especially because people are working on different projects. They are at different levels, and so challenges that may be experienced by one team may have already been experienced by another team, and they have already solved it. So when that is shared, then experiences and good practices can actually help people who may be having challenges. So role-based training, I think I've mentioned that ensuring that the training is tailored to specific roles. There are people who may not need very deep levels of training. Others may just need to be aware about what's going on. And so just tailoring those training in that way, it's important. And of course, learning is done better by doing. So after the training, it's important that teams continue applying the skills that they have learned through doing and putting their hands on the code or on the platform, so that the skills that they may have acquired can actually be, they can actually have it within them, because it's important to practice there's a saying, an old saying that says that experience makes perfect. So some of the challenges. So I mentioned about declining attendance across training, and so especially for virtual sessions. It was inconsistent throughout the 9 virtual sessions. I think Fanuel mentioned to me that they started with about 30, and by the time the last session was happening, there were only 13 participants. So there are 17 participants who did not attend all the sessions, which is actually a challenge. Data sharing and resistance. That's one of the challenges with open science, and especially for vulnerable populations or sensitive topics like mental health, and also for innovations. So some people may say, how do I share my code for an innovation that I'm working on? What about if somebody or some other people take up that idea and they run with it, and so you lose your patenting and things like that. So how do you protect your intellectual property in the space of open science? So that's really a big challenge. So it's a balancing act, really, about what time is best to share and what time is best to disclose what you're doing. Yeah, but what's important is that you don't have to share the code, you don't have to share everything, but you can share metadata about what you're doing so that people can actually learn from it. And of course, you can actually invite collaborations and stuff like that. So that is something that we learned. Several teams were reluctant to link their projects publicly or even share the identified data, citing concerns about premature disclosure and also risks of potential re-identification of data subjects. And this can be cured, of course, when sharing data. Just make sure that the data is anonymized. And if you need to go to higher levels of anonymization, there are techniques, advanced techniques for anonymizing data so that you don't have to be worried about re-identification. So I think the real worry really would be about disclosure of innovations that may not be ready for disclosure yet. Okay. Some teams, of course, required continuous follow-up to link their platforms. And of course, when introducing something new to anybody, of course, that's always expected, that to create time for follow-up and mentorship. And so that's one thing that the team really tried. Fanuel really tried and helped teams as much as possible. Okay, so this is my last slide, I think. So some of the recommendations for future work is that, and I think funders can actually help with this, mandating that open science capacity building is done at project inception, not at mid-project, and allocating dedicated budget for it, so as a standard program component. And then structuring training in flexible pathways by project phase. For example, pre-registration for early stage, metadata for mid-stage, and data sharing for late-stage teams. So when doing virtual sessions, we learned that long virtual sessions are not very productive. So keeping virtual sessions short, between 60 to 90 minutes, and providing pre-training materials is helpful. So that by the time the participants come to the training, they already know something about what is being trained, if they had time to read. So sometimes I've seen this, you share materials like a week or 2 weeks before, but people come when they have not read it because they didn't find time to read. So people are very busy. And so these are best practices that we know. Share, those who will be able to read will read, and then by the time they come to the training, they already know something. Okay, adopt as open as possible, as close as necessary approach, and of course, start with the open code, even if data stays closed. Use DOI. DOI is digital object identifiers to get credit for the data and software or the code that you share, and also to enable that your work is cited. So that's important because everybody would like credit for the work that they have done. So for you to get that, then use DOI. And some of these platforms that we introduced, like Zenodo, will help you to do that. Zenodo remains underused, even though it's really powerful. And so we think that this is something that we can progress and advocate for a little bit more. Dedicate more time to archiving because it helps with permanent archiving or long-term archiving of your work, and also ensuring that your work is citable for your own recognition. I think that's the last slide. Thank you very much for listening. Yeah, over to you.
Thanks a lot, the rest of our Open Science team. I think any questions or feedback for Daniel in the room? Or for Daniel and the team?
Thanks. Ooh. Thanks. No. Thanks, Daniel. I just wanted to echo your point that I think it would have been really helpful to have a initial in-person training workshop. So maybe a suggestion for the future data prizes, to have the first convening much earlier, and then include a capacity building workshop while we're there in person. It'd be so much easier to actually open the tools and work through them together. And yeah, I was talking to Ekin earlier about how much fun it's been to learn from the data scientists on my team. But there's so much expertise in the room, and yeah, it would just be really nice to have some sort of cross-pollination of ideas as part of the data prize, you know, and sort of sharing of capacity. So maybe teams could think a bit about, from a methods perspective or a data science perspective, what they could teach the other teams, and there's possibility to work that in. Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. Thanks a lot. Anybody else? Next. Open science experiences, if not questions. There is someone, yeah?
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. I just wanted to know more about Zenodo. What can you actually upload there? Very interesting in a sense that, you know, in the last publication that we sent out to a journal, one of the reviewers said that some of your data, you need to store it in long-term archiving solutions. And I just wanted to know, like, what are the restrictions in the type of data that you can actually upload on Zenodo? Thanks.
Thanks. Daniel, are you able to respond?
Okay. Yeah, Zenodo is, you can upload literally anything. You know, just the same way you have GitHub, you can upload code, you can upload data sets, you can upload presentations, PowerPoint presentations, you can upload actually even the publication itself. There. So it allows a lot of files upload. So one of the things that we did, for example, there is a project that we developed training material for data governance at Aphrc, about 6 modules, and we developed some PowerPoint presentations for each of the modules, and we uploaded those PowerPoint presentations in Zenodo. You know, so that is it's possible to upload anything. And you, as the reviewer rightly put, it will help you for long-term archiving of your published products.
Thanks, Daniel. Joel.
Thank you so much. And yeah, we really appreciated the efforts from the Open Science team. I think one other thing that we Oh, do you want me to stand up so I'm not like hiding behind that? So I think another thing that we probably would have benefited from is insights on how to deal with qualitative, really large qualitative data sets and photographic data. So I think that open science is very geared towards kind of large quant data sets. And so we had to sort of go on our own journey to figure out some of the visual data and how to safely do that. Particularly because with photo voice and these really large data sets of visual data, you are representing a community. And there's obviously a participant might take a photo that represents something to them, but it might be another person's house. And so there's kind of significant issues around that. So I think just also thinking about visual data and large qualitative data sets going forward would also be useful.
Thanks. Daniel?
Yeah, very important question, and I know it's not very easy because qualitative data transcript, sometimes you have to put it through some more rigorous process for anonymization. Yeah, but because any data can be used for open science, so once the data is anonymized and the identifiers are removed, and actually that process, you've done a good job on that process. After removing the identifiers, having somebody review that to ensure that there's nothing you missed, and you're confident that data cannot be used to identify the subject, you can actually share through any of the platforms, including GitHub. Actually, you can actually share because the same way you will share documentation of the data, you can actually share transcripts on the platform, any of the platforms that we talked about. The biggest thing really is on ensuring that the privacy of the data subjects within those transcripts or any of those data materials are the privacy of the data subjects is safeguarded as much as possible.
All right, thanks. John Black?
Yes, I'm going to ask a controversial one. There's been a discussion about data sovereignty, but I'm also looking at the common situation where a researcher doesn't have time to write, they're busy with especially clinical researchers. And so now we've seen clinicians doing studies and they publish 3 years later because they were just so busy with other things. And now we are telling them to put their data out there for others to access. And we also now see a lot of people producing papers on data set that they got from someone else, sometimes without accreditation, without citing the original source. And I think then it is a bit unfair that people who might have resources and they have particular time for doing research now have access to data, and the people who actually generated it are not benefiting from it not because they don't want to do it, but because they just can't do it. They don't have the time to do it. So how do you reconcile this situation? Because it's also not good to leave this data sitting there, but now other people are benefiting from it. Can you comment on that, Daniel?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. And yeah, so data sovereignty is here, and of course every country, every teams are always concerned about it. I would approach it this way. Data or data sharing or research process as a whole leverages on trust. The trust that the people who are going to use the data, and when you shared and you've put in your licenses there, the licenses, for example, Creative Commons ensures that anybody who is going to use your data must actually say where they got the data from and actually acknowledge the people who generated that data. That's what's expected, ideally. And so we ride on that element of trust, that when you use my data, you will actually say that the data came from me. But we know that some people may not do that. And so you may have had something called embargo period. So for many open science platforms, For example, the one we have at Aphrc, where we share our data openly, we embed some embargo periods. So that's about 2 years. Some institutions may have even up to 3 years. So depending on the researcher also, the researcher can actually say, my metadata is here. Let people know what I'm doing so that they know after 3 or 4 years, they can actually use this data. But it's expected that during that embargo period, the researchers are able to write what they need to write about their data. Because it's useful also that data is not just collected and stays within the laptops of the researchers. If the researcher is too busy, then let that data actually help the society by maybe another student, PhD student, master students, actually using that data for the benefit of research, for the benefit of the world. But the researcher who generated the data, actually it also helps them to be accountable. It also helps them to push themselves to be able to write, because the benefit of data is for it to be analyzed and for it to make sense and help improve policy. I think that's how I approach it. And colleagues in the room may actually contribute to this. I saw Linda there, I saw Samuel there. If they have any insights they can share. And Damaso is here as well on the call. Thanks.
All right, Fred, then I think Damaso has a comment online.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something about that embargo period, because for some researchers it can be endless embargo. Some people love holding their data. They feel like they have not extracted enough from it. And because data is sponsored by funds from some funders, sometimes there is an understanding within the agreement setting that after the end of 2 or 3 years, it's important that you make this data available as public good. And we've certainly worked with funders like those. And it's not because they hold sway on what you do, it's just because they understand that sometimes it's not important if data sits in researchers' laptops, as you say, Daniel. It's important, therefore, that a lot more people have access to it and can actually, use it to generate data-driven solutions for the public good. And in fact, in the spirit of mental health data prize, right? It's exactly what was driving the mental health data prize. Is that there's a lot of data out there that can actually be repurposed to develop solutions that are required today. And for as long as that data is not exploited, in a positive way, it's not used, that people from different disciplines can come together to look at it in different angles, it can actually not be useful. And therefore, with that in mind, you see how, therefore, sharing, making data access available, and we've had to negotiate some of these things. Our very own data has been used by Bianca and her team, and that involved making it available as soon as possible. So by the time we were discussing access to the data, Bianca, you remember, we had still not made it available, really. We were processing it. But we promised her that, listen, by the end of this month, we'll have it up there because it's a requirement for us to make it available. And true to our word, we made it, and you can see the great work coming out of it. So that's just a perspective on embargo and how sometimes it doesn't have to stay endless, and researchers don't have to hold their data for too long.
Thanks, Fred. I think Damaso had a comment online. Then we get to Sylvia. I saw something in the chat. Maybe if you can say it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doris. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So just with respect to the question that was raised concerning about the use and utility of the data, for me, from where I stand when it comes to open science, I don't think the idea for me, or what I would call a guiding principle, is that give out the data as much as possible, but if it is restricted, then there should be some conditions. If those conditions are there and they are necessary. Okay, there is an echo there. Okay. All right. So I would say, notice there is an echo. I hope you can hear me very well. I was mentioning that the guiding principle of open science is make the data as open as possible and as restricted as necessary. So which kind of accommodates ethics, privacy, and security. And where data cannot be shared, there are some other aspects that we can look at. We can talk about controlled access. So for instance, you can deposit your real data into a secure or a secure repository that is trusted, where qualified researchers can actually access it upon with permission. Or maybe they can undergo ethics board approval before viewing the data. You can also think about sharing some sort of code or the methodology or some metadata, as long as it fulfills the FAIR principles. There can also be aspects where you can actually generate artificial data that mimics the statistical properties of the real data if you really feel you cannot actually share that data. So there are several things that maybe perhaps as researchers we can use, as long as we buy into the broader benefits of having your data addressing the FAIR principles of data sharing. Over.
All right, thanks, Damaso. Over to Sylvia here in the room. Then maybe Daniel can comment after that. Three.
Thanks, Doris. And I just want to go back to John Black's comment, about the researcher is tired and they don't have time, really, honestly, So you're taking data from participants and telling them, here you are with the solution, and then at the end you're tired. So for me, it's a very, it doesn't feel very good. Think about yourself as the participant. You provide consent to use your data, and then you have to wait for the benefit to come because the researcher is tired. So we really, we really have to think about what we do with participants' data. We have an obligation. We are accountable to the participants for the benefits we promise people when we take informed consent. So for me, it's about more also about the accountability. The fact that you collect data, you have to be accountable and publish it. So there's no reason to say 2 years or 3 years is so little. I think we really have to do something to step up. Thank you.
Thanks, Sylvia. I think Onyango put it best earlier when he said we should avoid being extractive and manipulative. So you get the data and sit with it for years without actually putting out these outputs. Daniel, any responses, though this was feedback, but anything as we close?
Yeah, thanks. And I really like what Sylvia's just mentioned there about accountability, about the duty. Just the same way doctors and medical practitioners have a duty of care to the patients, as researchers, we have a duty and an obligation to the data subjects from whom we collect the data. So that's really a nice way to summarize. And thanks, Damaso, for the insights around the different ways of sharing, controlled access and using synthetic data. There are aspects around also federated data sharing as well, but metadata, for people to know what you're doing, they have, something has to be shared. So something has to be shared, because otherwise if you don't share metadata, people will never know about the product and the resources that you have that can actually benefit the research community. I think with that, thank you so much for the opportunity, and all the best with the rest of the presentations or the work. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Daniel. Some years ago, we were working with HDSS sites, so we had a boss who used to tell them to stop data hugging, Hugging. Stop hugging your data and not wanting to release it to anybody, which they didn't find funny at all. So we should avoid data hugging. All right, I think we're done with the first part of the morning, which leaves us time for a coffee break. It's meant to be 30 minutes. I saw comments yesterday about making sure we have the right length of coffee breaks. But if we want an earlier finish, I suggest a coffee break of 20 minutes. And we can be back here at, what's the time? 11:25. becomes 30 minutes really. 11:20, which means at 11:25 the panel shall be starting. That's 1 hour for the panel, and then we get to closing. So let's have a quick coffee, please, and get back as soon as we can. Joel.
get you out of this meeting room as soon as possible to enjoy all the good things that Mombasa has got to offer. So welcome to this panel session, for which I'm going to be the facilitator. I mean, I've had to introduce myself already so far. So my name is Andre Pascal Kingney. I'm the current director of program for research at Aphrc. So my role is to speak here is rather to coordinate the contribution of the three wonderful panelists we've got on this occasion, and representing various perspectives. This is about the plan we're going to use. I'm not going to be introducing them. I'll allow them to introduce themselves. Then afterwards, we'll go through a brief Q&A session in the panel. And I hope that will go to be brief enough to actually allow time for you also to interact with the panel. So and we want to conclude that within the specified 1 hour. So if I could start with my nearest neighbor, Margaret, why don't you tell us a bit just about yourself and what you represent on this panel today?
My name is Margaret Odhiambo. Margaret Odhiambo. I'm a lived experience advisor for Welcome. I have been for the past 7 years. And I'm also a medical doctor here in Kenya. Thank you.
Michael?
Good morning. My name is Michael Daly. I'm the Principal Taking Officer for NCDs, Injuries and Mental Health at Aphrc CDC. I've been with Aphrc CDC for the past 8 months, but initially I was working with Ministry of Health Malawi. I'm a public health specialist as well as a public mental health specialist. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Waringa?
Yeah, it's working. Mm-hmm. It's working, right? Yes, it's working. Hi, everyone. My name is Waringa Kamau. I lead partnerships and stakeholder engagement at an organization called Vilgrow Africa, which is an impact investor, incubator, and accelerator for healthcare ventures across Africa. But we'll get into the details shortly, I'm sure, in the conversation.
Thank you. I think keep the microphone, Waringa. I mean, as an impact investor, as you said, what, from your experience, are the criteria that determine the innovation that is worth scaling up, taking the case of Africa? And you've listened to many of those during the past 2 to 3 days. So do you think some of those are ready for scaling up?
Yeah, so in terms of what investors like us, our organization and other funders, look at in terms of whether a venture or an organization is ready for scaling, number one is the problem that you're solving. So we like to bet on ventures that are solving pressing public health needs, right? And with the potential to really affect health outcomes positively at scale. So that's a very big and kind of like the base. What problem are you solving, and is it a critical and pressing gap? Another thing that we look at is the evidence of the outputs. You know, what impact are you having? Number one, are you having positive health outcomes that you're measuring? Funders oftentimes will look at that. I'm sure some of you have had interactions with funders looking perhaps for funding of your projects, funding of your ventures. They want to see your impact metrics. How are you moving the needle positively in terms of health outcomes? So that's something that we look at, just that proof of concept and some kind of traction, whatever that looks like in your case, whether that's, you know, being uptaken into public health delivery systems or revenues, whatever traction is for you in your case. Another thing that is critical is, and I'm glad this has come up in the room the last 2 days, sustainability. We've had that question a lot in the course of listening to all your great presentations, is how is this work going to be sustainable long term? Is it going to fund itself? Are you looking for outside funding? And we always advise that think about the end from the beginning. So think about who is your payer, who is your customer, is it government, is it actual patients, and just really figure that out. And also embed that within, say, insurance systems, either private or the ones that are offered by government. So making sure that there's that ability to kind of integrate into existing health systems at ease without having to necessarily create parallel work streams. So that's really an important factor as well for scale, I'd say, yeah.
I mean, thank you so much. I'll come back to you. Michael, Waringa seems to be saying that the problem you are solving is critical. And I want to use the case of COVID as an example. I mean, it was a global concern, and very soon the scientists came up with a vaccine to actually help the world to move out of the epidemic. But we know from the African perspective it was a challenge, not only to procure the vaccine, but even to convince the people to actually take the vaccine, although we knew that it could actually protect people from actually having the disease. So I mean, from your experience as obviously as policy actor, I mean, what do you foresee as challenges as the colleague in this room? I mean, take forward some of their innovation, and what can they anticipate upon?
Thank you so much. I think there are several challenges looking at the mental health innovations. We're looking at the fragmented ecosystems. Most of these, I would say a lot of things are siloed in a manner that we have private data as well as public data, and that affects penetrating into public systems. At the same time, issues of ethics and regulatory complexities. So, with issues, there's need to be a lot of ethical considerations, but also in terms of regulatory issues, we have to make sure that there are laws which are protecting the consumer, but also making sure that the innovator is also protected. But also we're looking at the issues of literacy and vulnerability issues. You look at a lot of people, most of the people might be illiterate, but also we have vulnerable populations. So you look at issues like the one you have just talked about, COVID-19. There were a lot of misinformation. And I'll give an example of the current situation of Ebola. There's still a lot of misinformation. So you're looking at having, making sure that the consumer is well aware of the particular product before they accept, and you should minimize the information, the misinformation. But the other thing is also we are looking at infrastructure constraints. So we have very good innovations, but where we're going, do we have the necessary infrastructure? That's an area which we need also to consider. Some of them will require smartphones. It seems like we have a low penetration of smartphones in the market, especially in the rural areas. They might have a phone, but it might not be a smartphone. So we have to make sure that our innovations are in line with the low-cost technologies. But also to embed within the public health systems is another challenge, because some of the innovations probably they are not considering the public health systems. So this is an area where we need to make sure that when we want to bring in the innovation, we have to consider the public health system on how it's going to take it on board. But also, pilots are normally funded, but scaling up is a challenge. So for governments or the public health systems to take in an innovation and scale it up, they have to be fully convinced but also issues of sustainability. If this innovation has to be taken on board, how are we going to sustain? So we have to make sure that we have a proper strategy, how those be scaled up. Thank you.
I mean, thank you so much, Michael. Margaret, I think one of the issues he raised was the importance of, of the literacy in actually planning the scaling of intervention. I mean, which in my view, bring to the context definitely the learning experience. So, I mean, how can learning and adaptability be integrated into the scalability and sustainability of research in Africa? Have you got maybe some experience to share with us?
So in terms of learning and adaptability, I think the core thing is, one is the lived experience bit of it and also the community bit of it. So the two standpoints, the lived experience so that you're also able to have basically for lived experience input, basically so that you're able to have to pivot integrating realities in your process. So in case you need to have either a follow-up model or you need to come up with to restructure either your research or the whole process. But also the other thing again is also for the community, basically to have continuous feedback loops. So then you're able to feedback loops that one account for the different nuances. So nuances in terms of the cultural barriers, economic realities that are in the community, and also basically all disparities. So having the feedback loops and also having considering both the lived experience input and also considering the community bit of it. So once you're able to integrate that and having it in the whole the pipeline of the process, I think that is also very keen. And I think that is also very, very important in terms of having the very longitudinal data sets. So then you're also able to improve the process. I think there are quite a number of examples in terms of also some of the work that Wellcome has funded in terms of longitudinal data. Primarily, there is none currently in Africa, but I think, not there's none. I think there's one in Malawi. Not so sure which data set, but there are also quite a number of it that utilizes basically the feedback loopholes. So then they're able to keep on integrating and also keep on improving it. Yeah.
Thank you, Margaret. Let me come back to you, Waringa, and actually building on 2 points made by Michael. I mean, to build innovation that actually anchor to the local technology, but also how to embed them into the health system. I happen to have been on the board of one of the major call recently, co-supported by the Wellcome Trust, the Gate Foundation, and the Novo Nordisk, which actually about to test the AI tool in low-middle income countries. And one of the challenges we face actually as assessing the proposal was actually the innovation from the north being actually squeezed into those countries. So in those contexts, because of this global competition, what are the possible recipes to protect the African innovation?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I think number one, and even just going off of what we've been doing here for the last 2 days, and which I think is really critical in protecting our innovations, is the collection of evidence and that collection of data. Because if you don't have data, then how are governments supposed to know what's missing, what gaps are there, and also how are you able to innovate around those challenges that you've been able to kind of very clearly map out and document. So I think data collection and evidence generation is such a critical part of protecting our innovations. And also linked to that is something that came up earlier on who owns this data, right? The data sovereignty. Do we own our data? You know, a lot of times when clinical trials are being done, the few that are done on the continent, a lot of that, who owns a lot of that information? That's a critical thing, right? And even with the data sets that you all are building, owning them is critical. Another thing that I think is important when it comes to protecting our innovations is creating a market for them locally. And to your point, there's quite a saturation of health innovations, say from outside, externally from outside of Africa coming to here. But I think what we need, and we're starting to see a lot of that, is kind of the inverse, where we generate our own market for our own innovations and doing that sustainably and in a process, right? There are a few countries across Africa that are really leading in that, in terms of creating markets for their innovations. South Africa is good. Ethiopia is also doing some really tangible work around that. And organizations like Aphrc CDC also play a critical role in that, in terms of also being able to harmonize the landscape for entrepreneurs, which I think leads to just ease of doing business across Africa. Sometimes what actually kills innovations we've seen, and I think it's you, Doc, who has said it, it's the initial stages of starting are fine. You'll possibly get some funding. But when it comes to scaling, and especially when you're also trying to scale geographically across Africa, there's a lot of fragmentation, and everyone is doing things in their own silos. However, if we're able to kind of streamline policies, streamline, even, I think it came up yesterday, is there a policy around digital health consistently across Africa? That does not exist right now. But what that means is that a lot of innovations innovating in that sometimes really have to go through challenging regulatory hurdles to even scale sustainably. And oftentimes not all of them will make it, because they'll kind of just get squashed down in that process.
I mean, thank you so much for those answers. And I think, Mike, he seems to be putting you on the spot, not only by mentioning African CDC, but clearly by actually referring to this saturation of health innovation. I mean, and definitely the potential role for African CDC to harmonize the landscape for entrepreneurs. And that's actually the challenge currently. Is that, I mean, a lot of technologies are being produced, and actually at the point of adoption, it always become a challenge, I mean, for the policymaker. So, I mean, how do they make their way in terms of, I mean, what is good to scale up and what is not, from your experience?
Thank you so much. Is it clear? It's not, okay. Hello? It's okay? All right. Yeah, so with regards to, thank you so much for the question. I think one thing for sure, for innovations to be adopted, we have to make sure that they are aligned to national priorities or continental priorities. So, like we have the universal health coverage, we have the Aphrc CDC has got its own strategy in terms of health agenda. So if we align these technologies or innovations along those continental priorities, that might be good. But also looking at, for instance, in national priorities, we also have the DHIS tool within the member states. We have to make sure that these things are aligned along those lines. But also at the same time, if you look at the current Africa health and sovereignty, security and sovereignty agenda, we are looking at health security. So if the innovations are looking at public health security, that would be an easier way of penetrating, but also getting access to continental alignment and endorsement. But I also want to agree with my colleague here about issues of demonstrating impact and evidence of what we are doing. If we demonstrate that there's an impact on what we are doing and there's proper evidence, this is what a lot of policymakers would be enticed to take on board what we are working on. I'll give an example of using metrics to policymakers. When you're telling them the return of investment, the productivity gains, when you're looking at the dollars averted, when you're looking at the health system efficiencies from what we have, from our innovations, this is what they would sit down and listen to you. Yeah? So those are some of the things when we are working on our innovations, we should make sure that we should know our target audience. Who are we targeting? Are we targeting policymakers? Are we targeting health economics? Or who are we targeting? This is very crucial because this is how we get their buy-in. But also issues of affordability and sustainability. This is very crucial because the policymaker would want to know whether this innovation will be sustainable along the way. They don't want to bring something on board which cannot be sustained. So as Aphrc CDC, we have what we have a convening power, where we bring ministries of health, donors, academia. We can bring them on board, and then we can have shared information, learning platforms, so that even investors would look at, say, okay, I think this is a good approach in terms of innovation. So those are some of the things which we can also consider. But also issues to do with governance. She talked about we don't have a policy. I checked. Currently, we only have AU, digital transformation strategy, but also Aphrc CDC digital transformation strategy. But when I checked on Aphrc CDC, they said they are working on the policy. So, yeah.
I also want to add, Aphrc CDC, we're working with Aphrc CDC funded by GIZ to, in line with the digital transformation strategy, to also create an Africa Digital Health Network, which will be now a convener of digital health innovations across the continent. But that is in process to launch this.
Yeah, that's what I got. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Margaret, let me come back to you. I think you seem to have raised some gap in your first intervention. And what do you see as opportunity for scaling up African research to address some of those gaps you alluded to? And examples, if any, of course, they're always defining.
Yeah, thank you. I think first things first is evidence is easily adopted when it is clearly relevant, and when there are actually gaps in evidence, then may actually lead to either delay in adopting the evidence or clearly non-adoption of that evidence. And I think also one of the key gaps of evidence uptake actually happens when the evidence itself does not align with the priorities of either the people that either the evidence seeks to serve, or alternatively also the health system, of which the evidence also seeks to either integrate or complement. So I think one of the greatest opportunity that I think lies there is co-production. So involving people whom either the research or the outputs actually aim to serve. So from the start, so involving people with lived experience, involving communities, involving caretakers. But I think also in terms of the involvement, I think it's also very keen for you to understand the different factors. So apart from policy making, apart from other factors, just being able to understand, in case of this adoption, then what are the out-of-pocket costs that will be undertaken, what are the logistical issues that will be undertaken, basically being able to understand every single thing. And also another thing is, in terms of when evidence also comes in, there's also another view of also having stigma attached to it. So also being able to reduce that, it's also very keen. And in terms of also, we've had instances where, because there's already outputs out here, there's already innovations out here that are already doing a lot, and also coming with other factors that either put more burden on either people with lived experience, require either an innovation that requires a person with lived experience to do more, or also puts more burden on the clinician. Basically, instead of
supplementing or complementing the existing either the innovation that was already there. It's actually either replacing the whole thing or putting more burden to it. Then I think that is also quite difficult for you to uptake. And also another thing that is also quite very keen is some of the, either the outputs or the evidence that is out here are practically not, they're not practical, basically. So if you're collecting data, maybe it's a multimodal data, you need, for example, it's a sensor, you need to create, to collect maybe physiological data, visual data, and you need, let's say you're using a camera in either an indigenous community or a community, then there's also another bit of they'll not partake in this. And then if it's either a research process, then you'll have people dropping out of that. So then also, that is also another missed opportunity. So I think the whole thing actually drives back to co-production. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Before I move to the public, I think I've got one question for each of you. It's almost the same question. I mean, Waringa, both you and Michael, you've alluded to the challenge about the scaling up and sustaining. There could possibly be some funding initiative to develop the innovation, but thereafter nothing. But I mean, from where you're sitting as incubator and impact investor, are there opportunity through Villigro Africa to support some of the innovation we've seen here, and how can they access them?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, I would say definitely there's opportunities, but maybe let me start by listing out how we interact with ventures, and then that will clearly help you map out where you can possibly plug in. So the first area that I think you can leverage, or how we can work together, is venture building support. So what we offer to ventures across the continent is we try to understand how is your business set up. Just starting from the basics. Are you built for purpose? So are you set up in a way that you're able to do what you've been mandated to do? And are you also set up for scale? Are you able to uptake capital and use it appropriately? So we come in and just make sure that your team is set up right, give you that venture support. Part of that is also a lot of investor readiness. So what this means is we try to work with ventures to ensure that they're able to raise funding. So typically, we would give in some initial funding, depending on where your business is and what you need and what your growth plans are. Villigro does offer some initial funding. And we find that that's very critical, because oftentimes we see that not very many investors are so willing to jump into an investment on health, because it's very different from, like, say, fintech or, let's use fintech as an example, where your return on investment is very straightforward and very, like, you can see it very clearly. With health, oftentimes, you require a lot of patient capital. Say, for example, if you're building a medical device, there's a lot of regulatory loopholes and trials and clinical tests that you'll have to do. Not all investors are willing to offer that patient capital. So part of what we see is really critical is when we come in and we've given you that very tailored technical assistance, and now we've ensured your systems are all set go, then we go now into the investor readiness bit of it, where we first give an initial investment, and then the impact of that we have seen has been very, very key, because these ventures are then able to raise a lot of follow-on funding. And to the investor community, once they see someone else has already put in whatever, like $100K or whatever it is, once they just see someone has started, it kind of de-risks this investment in their eyes. So that's an opportunity for the teams in the room as well, is that opportunity for investment and also being exposed to other wider investment networks. Another thing that I think could be beneficial is in the time that we've been doing this work, and I'm so happy that Team Shamiri is here, because they are actually one of the ventures that we have supported across the continent, alongside 300 others plus. So Partnerships and market access is also a really key thing that we do. And I think that's critical also to the organizations that have been here in the room, that have presented your research. Because as I said earlier, the question of what next has kept coming up. You know, how are you going to access the markets? How do you know whom to go to? Where do you start? How do you start engagements with MOH for those who don't have? So in the time that we've been doing this work, we've built really, really deep networks with regulators, academia, fellow funders, everyone across the board, that then for the ventures that we uptake into our network, we are able to help them kind of also navigate the landscape in that way. So I hope that this is useful for you in the room, and happy to talk, to keep the conversation going. Yeah.
Okay, so make sure that you speak to Waringa to capitalize on whatever they've got as opportunity to support you going forward. I mean, I'll come to you, Michael, with the same question, but from a different perspective. I mean, you've heard about all the innovation here over the past 2 to 3 days. Some are starting as local initiative, but have the potential to actually be scaled up to the country and even regional level. So, I mean, what are the opportunities through African CDC to make that to happen, and how can they access those opportunities, if any?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. Yeah, so I'll start from where Waringa stopped with regards to partnerships. That's a crucial area when it comes to Aphrc CDC. They don't normally scale up innovations through individual actors, but they're looking at partnerships or consortiums who they can help to scale up. But also, as I've already alluded to earlier on with regards to convening power, that's a platform where the innovators can take up that opportunity so that they are able to scale up their innovations. Having said that, Aphrc CDC offers an opportunity as a continental body where they have continental policies as well as strategic frameworks. So there's an opportunity because we have TWGs, technical working groups. These are the areas where innovations can be showcased. But also sometimes we have policy consultations. This is an area where this can be showcased and have an opportunity to embed the innovations. But also Aphrc CDC has got 5 regional coordinating centers. In the east is based here, southern is based in Zambia. We have the western RCC, northern RCC, and central RCC. So we have 5. So as innovators, they can use regional coordinating centers as a platform where you'd have regional hubs of innovations. That if they show impact and evidence, this is an area where it can be easily scaled up across the continent. But also looking at different public health programs which Aphrc CDC is having. We have flagship innovations in Aphrc CDC. So for mental health, we have the flagship, which is a mental health leadership program. It's a flagship initiative. And that one is across the continent, where we have 4 pillars. We have a short course pillar. We have the Kofi Annan leadership program, which is, we have the mental health track. And we also have the CSO networking, as well as the what we call FET, Field Epidemiology Training Program. So across these pillars, this is where we can have also an entry point with our innovations. Because when we are doing, for instance, a short course, we have issues of health economics being talked about, issues of other initiatives which are being done across the country. They are being discussed there. I'll give an example of Friendship Bench is given as an example of a problem-solving therapy. This is an innovation which came out of Zimbabwe, but you'd see that now it's being adopted in a lot of countries in Africa, but also beyond Africa. So these are the areas where when we have these kind of innovations, we can have these platforms like the flagship initiatives of Aphrc CDC, where our innovations can be sold and be taken up. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Margaret, what I'm learning is that there is some light at the end of the tunnel regarding some of this innovation developed here. But at the end of the day, I'm also learning that it is a multi-stakeholder undertaking. No single person or no single team can achieve it on its own. So I mean, what do you foresee as a role that the public, including life experience, private sector, donors, academia, civil society, you name them, can play in ensuring that innovation in Africa is scalable and sustainable?
So in terms of multi-stakeholder, so for lived experience and community engagement, I foresee that as the compass. So driving research priority, basically also in terms of defining, for example, in lived experience, defining what recovery is for a person living with mental health conditions, defining what a successful outcome is, and not necessarily maybe relying on a clinical score. If somebody has a low clinical score, then you say that, for example, this person is okay, but then having lived experience, being able to define what is actually the successful outcome and what is actually the recovery bit of it, other than also having the biomarkers and everything, the clinical, the validated tools as well. And then in terms of, I think the donors are actually the enablers. So being able to provide, and especially flexible funding, end-to-end funding that is able to support this process, having the academia as basically translators, being able to break down the complex data into evidence that is able to be understood by the community and people who've actually provided that data itself, and the private sector and also the civil society as the sustainers. So, for example, we have the Coalition for Scaling Mental Health Innovations, the Coalition for Mental Health Investments. I think these are some of the infrastructures or some of the platforms that is able to basically sustain these innovations and also the research output. So having everybody playing a role, a specific role, but is complementing to everyone. Yeah.
I mean, thank you so much, Margaret. I like the end-to-end funding, and I wish you could elaborate upon, but let's leave it for another conversation. So at this point, I want to actually allow you also to contribute to the discussion by either making comment or asking question from the panel. I don't know, Joel, have you got the microphone to be moving in the room?
Yes.
There's one here, one hand.
Thank you very much for this interesting conversation. I just have one question around creating local markets. I think you mentioned about the importance of creating local markets for the innovations that are being developed. I'm wondering, for those that you've worked with, how is this achieved?
Yeah. So that's either so there's government scaling, number one. In many countries, and certainly in Kenya, government is the biggest provider of health, right? Like they're the biggest provider of health. So we actively do a lot of work in trying to help the innovations that we are working with to scale through that route and do so sustainably. I think Shamiri shared that is something that they are doing now in Murang'a County and others as a scaling pathway. We also do that like regionally, not just in Kenya. So across East Africa, we actually have a specific program that's around public sector scaling. That's called Million Lives Collective, which is working with governments. We started first with East Africa, working with East African governments to uptake some of the innovations. Now this is going to phase 2, where we are expanding this work into West Africa. So there's that pathway. And then there's the scaling within just private sector. It doesn't have to be government and public. Another big player, actually, is faith-based organizations. A lot of you would know, for example, the Catholic Church has really, really expansive networks of health, like hospitals, dispensaries. So we also really leverage faith-based organizations in helping ventures scale. We have also an active program with the Catholic Church in Kenya that is centered around that specifically. I hope that helps.
Sorry, just a follow-up. Yeah, you've partly addressed my question, but we've worked with these governments, and it's not easy to say, okay, you create public curiosity with government departments, etc. What I want to know is how do you achieve
the actual
that?
how?
Yes.
So okay. So I did reference to the Million Lives Collective work that we've been doing, which is around public sector scaling in East Africa. And as part of that, we developed, and this is it's a consortium work that we're doing with Results for Development, Grand Challenges Canada, and other organizations. But however, the part of that work has been developing kind of like a toolkit that we use, number one, in helping governments being able to identify ventures that are ripe for that kind of scaling, because to be able to scale into government, you need to have reached to a certain level, right? So we developed a tool that helps governments to even get a short list of who are these organizations in our area of interest, and then grouping them further by, back to what was being mentioned about public health needs. So we also use that tool captures that, is the business ready, what gaps are they addressing, etc, etc. So we have that tool that we've been testing it out for maybe a year and a half or 2 now, and that is what we've been using to do that uptake of innovations into the public health system. So there's tools that are being developed. I think continentally, it's something that we are starting to see a lot of that work growing, which is good because it's progress in the right direction. And then it's also more encouraging when you have certain governments that are so receptive to it. People like Ethiopia, I will always say this, Ethiopia, they are really good about using their own, their homegrown solutions and ensuring that there's a market that they have created for that, like procuring locally. They're really good with that. And I think South Africa does a lot in terms of funding innovators, which is also critical as well. Yeah.
Any other hand? Yes, there are 2 hands.
Hi, thanks very much. The question is around adolescent mental health. So several of us are working in adolescent mental health. And if you think of the returns on investment and who the benefits accrue to, they really extend beyond the health sector. We're talking about education outcomes, employability, labor market participation, and social effects, on communities, on families, intergenerational effects. How do we make the case for this, and how do we facilitate intersectoral collaboration so that we can get buy-in from departments of education, social development, from broader leadership within countries and on the continent? And I just sort of wonder if you've had any headway on this through Aphrc CDC and could speak to it at all.
Let's take Fred.
Thanks, Oringa. And I think for me, it's the definition of market, especially for those innovations that have commercial value. What we look as innovations here may not necessarily be commercially viable. They are not targeted for commercialization. They are targeted to solve health problems at the community level, for public good, and therefore how maybe the definition is about what do we mean by market? Could just be the target population, right, or something like that. But then how then best to position depending on the product? You know, how then do you extract better value, even while looking at sustainability, because there's a cost related to it. Who's going to fund it? How best to position it such that it's actually eventually adopted by government where it's not commercially viable, or the community that's intended to use it, and then gets into this self-perpetual or self-moving program with more of a social cost than a commercial cost.
Okay, thank you. I think online. No, let's get the answer. We'll come online. So maybe Waringa, you want to start, and then Michael and Margaret could possibly add as well.
So if I understand your question is how to best position innovations that don't have like a commercial element. Is that the question? So like some of the research, for example. Okay, so for that, I think it depends on what the final use case is, right? Because not the way you're saying, like it's not like an app, for example, where there's an end user who's paying for it. However, governments, for example, might require that information and actually want to pay for it, right? There's also other ways you can commercialize that information, maybe academia, partnerships with academia to see how is it that we can position this information, this data, to then even make bigger changes from a perspective of like policy, regulation. So yeah, not everything has to be commercialized. I guess it just depends on what is the intended use case of the particular innovation. And you bring up a really interesting point on what is an innovation. This is a question that we keep talking about, especially you'll approach sometimes some MOH reps and their definition of an innovation is very different from your definition of an innovation. So, so I guess it just depends on the context and what your desired end game is with that particular, let's use the word again, innovation.
And any perspective on the adolescent mental health that has got multiple benefits? Okay. Michael?
Thank you so much for that question with regards to adolescent mental health. This is an area which is overlooked in most countries, but it's an emerging area which needs attention. So, as I was talking about the mental health investment cases, there are very few countries which have done that in Africa. And this is the information which we use to work with different member states when we're advocating for policy as well as legal reforms. So as Aphrc CDC, looking at the situation as it is, we have developed what we call Maker framework, multi-sectoral engagement and coordination and action framework. This would want to use this framework in different countries to make sure that all sectors are part and parcel of improving the mental health care in different countries. So this Maker framework would help us to bring education sector, to bring social services sector. And this is where we would want to be arguing our cases so that we're able to gain support from different sectors in advancement of mental health care across the spectrum, including adolescents, adults, and others. But at the same time, we are also supporting different member states. Apart from Maker, we're also supporting different member states in policy reviews or policy development as well as registration reviews. Currently, people are going, currently they went to Sierra Leone. I think this month they're going to Gambia so that they work with the Ministry of Health and other sectors in Gambia so that they look at their legislative framework. So in that, we are using different investment cases to argue, one on our case with regards to mental health. apart from productivity gains, apart from the return on investment, but also issues, as you have rightly said, about education for the young ones. This is very crucial, and this is what we are trying to do with regards to mental health. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Margaret.
Yeah, I think also just to mention on, I mentioned about the Coalition for Mental Health Investment, which was launched last year at the United Nations High Level Meeting in New York and also in Nairobi. That basically it's a coalition of organizations, Welcome, Gates Foundation, McKinsey, Kokoro, and the goal is just to be able to make sure, the goal is to basically fundraise to make sure the investments in mental health is able to match the needs in mental health. So having partners, I think McKinsey does something in terms of having the case examples, being able to position. I think that is a resource you can try and look into.
Thank you, Margaret. Doris, I understand that there are people online. Yes, please. Can they speak directly? Can they speak directly?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Professor Etho, please ask your question, I think. We can't hear her.
So what is the issue? Is it from the room here or?
First, hold on, please. We can't hear you because I see her talking.
In the meantime, in the room, is there another burning question in the room? We are nearing the end soon. And did she type the question maybe? Then you can read it for the...
She had typed it, so we can read.
Okay. Joy? No microphone. Okay.
Thanks so much. You talked about trying to get towards a ecosystem that is not as siloed and kind of thinking about continental priorities. And I was wondering, especially with the focus on mental health, how realistic that is. There are going to be so many different priorities across the continent, so many different countries. Obviously, we're coming from the UK, and even within one country or within, the set, there's so many different regional priorities. If you could reflect a little bit, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Aphrc CDC currently is working on providing guidance to member states by producing guidelines in terms of to have standardized formats in terms of data for mental health. That we feel can help to minimize the silos with regards to data. But also we have continental indicators which we have worked on. And these are being piloted. And this is what we feel like it will help us to harmonize the mental health data so that the private sector or private providers and the public providers should have a standardized way of doing things instead of having a siloed approach. So we feel that having those, because the data, because the indicator would guide each sector to have a standardized way of having collecting the data. Yeah.
So do you have access now to the online question?
Professor Edel, could you try to unmute again? Go ahead. Prof. Edel, are you speaking? If you are, we couldn't hear you, sorry. Okay, Doris will read the question for you.
Yes, sir. It's much easier if it's already typed there.
Okay, sorry, in the interest of time, I'll just read out what you had written. The first thing is, what are your thoughts about one-size-fits-all innovations? Do you consider promoting targeted innovations? That's one. One-size-fits-all innovations, and you consider targeted innovations. The other comment is, as Africa CDC expands its mental health agenda, how can women innovators and women-led mental health innovations be better supported to contribute evidence, implementation models, and leadership to continental mental health priorities?
Thank you, Doris. Michael, they seem to be all yours. You want to start?
Both are mine. Yeah, so I think I will start with the innovators. As I had said earlier on with regards to the existing platforms where the innovators can engage Africa CDC. Number one is the technical working groups. Having access to the technical working groups, this is a platform where they can showcase. And as I had also said that they have to make sure that they have to position their innovation as a continental public health security issue or health system strengthening. That then would be ideal in that space. But also during policy consultations, which Africa CDC normally have, that's another platform which can be used to have women innovators or women-led innovators to showcase. But also the regional coordinating centers. Those are the areas which they can have access to and present their case. The first one, I think it's about one size fits all. And the challenge with one size fits all is very difficult because we have like adolescents who have got their own needs. We have people emerging from humanitarian setting would require their own different type of innovation. So one size fits all might be tricky. Would consider different populations differently. Like for now, we are responding to Ebola. We need certain innovations to support people in those humanitarian settings. So it might not be similar to what can be used during non-humanitarian situations. Yeah, thank you.
Can I add something to the question on how women innovators can be better supported? Oh, yeah. I want to add something on how women innovators can be better supported and flag that at Vilgro, one of our flagship programs is actually a program around supporting women innovators. So it's called African Women Innovating in Health. And what we do as part of that program is essentially put out calls. The current cohort, it's ending now, but a new call for the next round of cohorts, the third one, will be going out in maybe a month or two. And what we do is we put out a call continent-wide looking for who are the women innovators who are really doing fantastic things across healthcare. This doesn't just have to be like research and just limited to research. That's across the board, digital health, medtech, etc., etc. So perhaps that's a platform that you could leverage to Dr. Ethel and anyone else in the room. If you're a women-led organization, please leverage that because we do offer quite targeted support to female innovators across the continent. And you can find more information on our website or on the LinkedIn page for when the next call goes out.
Okay, thank you, Waringa. I think to bring this session to a close, I'm going to allow like 30 seconds for each of the panelists to share a final wisdom with the innovator in the room. I'll start with you, Margaret.
So my emphasis, not necessarily wisdom, but emphasis is on lived experience co-production and leadership as well, to make sure research is done with people, but not on people. So, and also in terms of also innovations from a lived experience perspective is focus on innovations that supplement or complement the existing systems other than replacing the whole thing. So, yeah.
Thank you, Margaret. Michael?
Thank you so much. I would say that the first one should be, let's design with local ecosystem in mind when we are doing our innovations, but also let's build multi-sectoral partnerships. This is crucial. When we are presenting here, I could hear that, oh, we worked with government on this, or we did this with NGO. This is very crucial, because if we want to sustain our innovations, we need to make sure that partners are part of that innovation. But also, let's develop clear pathways to sustainability. That's very crucial, because we don't want to have pilots, but we can't sustain those pilots. Thank you.
Waringa?
He has taken the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say focus on partnerships. Literally, I was going to say that. And we are seeing a lot, even in terms of getting funding. Rarely, and I think even Welcome can probably attest to this. Now, funders are not giving like one organization like a whole chunk of money. It's more the consortium approach, right? So partnerships are so critical in whatever way that makes the most sense for you and your organization and what you're trying to do. Even among the teams here, there was so much opportunities even from the conversations throughout the 2 days to leverage each other's work. Like, you don't have to recreate the wheel in South Africa if someone has already figured out the same thing in Uganda. Maybe you can just use that part and alter it differently. And then sustainability. Think about that from the beginning, like almost start with the end in mind. Know very clearly who is going to be your payer, who is going to fund this work, and especially in the climate of today, where the funding streams have changed drastically. It's not as we knew it. It's not business as usual. So it's really important to even look within Africa, where can you get funding before you even start looking outside, because that funding from outside is quickly dwindling. And that's why I think the point of what market can we create locally for our innovations, I think is critical.
Thank you so much. On that note, please join me in congratulating our outstanding panelists for such an edifying session. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to the panel, Dr. Andre Pascal and the team, Michael, Waringa, Margaret, for an insightful discussion around opportunities for scaling and sustainable innovations. We have a slight tweak to the program. We're going to hear from Benjamin first, and then we move to the Welcome team and close down. He has just a brief presentation that we need to listen to.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Mutuku. I work with Aphrc as a finance officer, or rather the accountant, and I happen to be the program accountant for this project. And I just wanted to highlight a few reminders or items that were key during the implementation of this project. And one, we saw a lot of compliance with the awardees in terms of the grant conditions, and that was commendable. We managed to work very well with you guys, and we appreciate the support. We hope that if this continues, that the support will also continue. And then with regard to the project deliverables and deadlines, the project was supposed to end by 30th May. That was the initial contract that we had with you, or the sub-awardees. But there have been new developments that we sought to welcome from Wellcome Trust for a no-cost extension, which they granted us. And so if any of the grantees would like to seek an extension to finish maybe what they are doing, we are open to discuss that. And this is on a case-by-case basis. So if you have managed to complete your work in time and you don't need the no-cost extension, then we are okay with that. So we can discuss further. You can discuss with Sylvia, and then we can look at, we can evaluate the need for the no-cost extension and grant it to you. I wanted to present something on how we have managed to utilize the funds. But for now, I think all is well. I think most of you have managed to burn almost 80% of the funds. And with maybe 1 month or a few days remaining, I'm sure that you are going to utilize the remaining batch of funds. So not unless there's any question, I would like to sit down and we wait for the finish of the workshop.
There's one there.
I'm going to ask a question that everyone has on their mind, but they don't want to speak. We've heard about the no-cost extension. Is there a cost extension possibility to extend the funding? Yes.
Well, from where I sit, I haven't received the costed extension from the grant team. He's talking about costed. Yeah, additional. Okay, so the costed extension has not been granted, but we are hopeful that we'll continue fundraising, and if we manage to get funding for another round, then we'll be happy to work together. So let's keep hoping and praying. Okay, thank you.
You mentioned about the asking for another cost extension. So this is the second cost extension, no cost extension, because we had the one now ending in June. So are we extending? Are we asking to extend beyond June?
Yes, because we received a no cost extension from Wellcome that would get us up to end of July. So if you like an extension up to end of July, then we can speak about that. Is that so, Sylvia? Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Benjamin. All right, so as we get closer to the end of the 3 days, or 2.5 maybe, I'd like to give a warm welcome to the team from Wellcome to give some remarks. I think there'll also be an opportunity for some questions, but
that joke. Is that working? Is it working? No. Yeah, that's fine. That welcome to welcome joke never gets old. So. Okay, so originally we were just going to kind of use the session to say how much of an amazing work you have all done for the past year, and also to thank our partners at Aphrc for this amazing community that they managed to build. This is also very hard work. And we were going to leave it there. But then it sounded like quite a few of you would have appreciated some Q&A session with us earlier during the week. But I'm also aware that there's a boat trip that is meant to happen later on, and people are excited to go. So it is really up to you how much kind of you want to use this next half an hour. But then maybe while you're thinking and doing the balance between, boat trip and welcome questions, we thought we would just put up one slide on the background and again, go through some relevant activities that we have going on right now at Welcome. And maybe while we are doing this, you can think about it. So firstly, just to flag a few things that we mentioned earlier this week, we have our open mod through our discovery research team, which happens 3 times a year, and it's aimed at 3 different career stages, so early, mid, and more established researchers. And this is, in terms of thematically, it's thematically agnostic, but it's very much aimed at fundamental discovery research. So if you're interested in it, we have the QR code up there, and if you have any follow-up questions, you can always get in touch with us later on.
Yeah, and then in terms of mental health opportunities, as I said earlier, this week we have a funding call open for youth interventions. So this is looking at kind of running mechanistic trials of physical activity or sleep-based interventions. And then you might have seen some social media activity around Mental Health Major Prize. So not to be confused with the Data Prize, which is where this messaging gets a little bit confusing perhaps. But this is really for interventions that are effective and can be scaled and are kind of out there already. So this is really kind of to bring, it is funding for research, but it is mainly to bring kind of a focus on the great interventions that are already out there and kind of bring a bit of publicity around that as well. And all 3 of those opportunities, because they are open now or on a rolling basis, we've put the QR codes there, so you can look those up. But actually anything that is on the slide, if you Google it, if you look on our websites, you will be able to find it. So all of these initiatives are open and out there. So in the mental health area, again, as I kind of said earlier this week, we are starting to have a bit of a stronger focus on Africa. And so at the moment, there are 3 activities that I thought would be quite relevant, particularly to people here or maybe to people in your network, so you can help us spread the word and get in touch. So the next 3 activities here aren't necessarily funding calls, but maybe something that you might still want to link in with. So the first one is the Global Mental Health Africa Conference that SFA, Science for Africa Foundation, is running with our support together with the Mental Health Innovation Network. And that will be in Nairobi in February 2027. I don't know yet whether I'll be able to attend, but if I do, I really hope to see some of you again there. That would be fantastic. Then there are 2 training consortia that I wanted to highlight because some of you have come to me to ask about early career research opportunities. So there is Amari, which is run out of Zimbabwe, but includes other countries, for example, South Africa, Malawi, and Ethiopia, I believe. So this is really focusing on training master students, PhD students, and postdoctoral fellows in mental health and sort of wider related health areas. And then ALMA is a similar program run out of Kenya and South Africa, and they are focusing on child and adolescent brain health. So that includes mental health, but is again not specific to mental health. So if you're interested in any of these, then please look them up or drop me a line if you can't find it. And then finally, we have funded the African Global Mental Health Institute for their research mentorship program. They currently have a deadline of end of June, but they will be running this once a year. And this is for training clinically active people that want to get into mental health research. So this is for sort of early career people that want to get into, for example, PhD programs, etc. Want to get a bit of research experience. Yeah, please highlight those to your networks. And
yes. Yeah. And on the more kind of non-mental health specific but data-focused initiatives that I think you might find quite interesting. Last year around this time, we launched the African Population Cohort Consortium. So this network brings together around 80 cohorts across 23 countries. And I think actually Zante mentioned it during her talk earlier. And it's, I know that quite a lot of you are interested in longitudinal data. And if you're not aware of this network, please Google it and see if you would be interested in joining it. And again, if you have any specific questions, drop me a line or ask Zante, she'll know. And on the kind of like, on the perhaps really other spectrum of data, we also launched African Bioinformatics Institute last year. And actually, we just had our first annual meeting a few weeks ago in Cape Town. Now I know that quite a few of you here are not necessarily working on bioinformatics or genomics, but research is research, and the types of data that we use can change any day. So if you ever end up by being interested in bioinformatics on the African continent, this institute is really here to be a catalytic platform to enable that, both from a training perspective and from an infrastructure perspective. So please keep it in your radar, and we really want to kind of reach out as widely as possible across the continent.
So maybe before we open for Q&A, maybe just to preempt a question that I think is on all of your minds, which is, will there be follow-on funding? What about our projects right now? We need, we want to continue, and we can see how, what amazing work you've been doing, and we're very supportive of that. And I think it's fair to say that if it was up to the two of us, there would absolutely be follow-on funding. We are in discussions of that at Wellcome. There is nothing we can tell you right now more than that, unfortunately. But I guess, as I said, like we do have a focus on, starting to have a bit of a focus on Africa more than before, and you've clearly showcased what amazing projects you have been doing. So we're very hopeful, let's say.
I think maybe just to add to that, everything that you have been showcasing. We had our colleague, Sophie, who has been doing all these videos with you, talking to you as well. And everything that you're doing and the impact that you're delivering is not staying in this room and is actually being communicated more widely at our organization. So I agree with Winnie that we are optimistic that there will be, hopefully, opportunities coming up. Having said that, I would also really strongly encourage you to think above and beyond your current funder, so Wellcome, and also to think creatively beyond philanthropic funding. So even if there were some opportunities coming up, most likely it wouldn't be able to fit everybody's needs and purposes. So I think it's like you have really proven impact. You have really some interesting tools, interesting insights. This is really the time to engage widely and to see where else there might be other opportunities and sources of funding. Yes, so that is probably what we kind of wanted to say. And this is up to you now to decide how badly you want to be on that boat at 1 o'clock or ask any more questions. They want the boat. No, okay, Bianca.
All right, thanks. So maybe mostly to, well, to both of you actually. So I did my master's at King's College in London, and I was amazed at the support researchers got for grant applications. They had a whole pre-grant support office and a post-award office. And many of our universities don't have quite such developed infrastructure for grant support. And it just highlights to me the sort of equity issue in the grant application process. You know, how do we get more grants to researchers in Africa? Well, we really need to support the grant application process. You know, and just, you know, we've worked with collaborators at Oxford, Cambridge, Exeter, you know, and King's, and the collaborations have been hugely valuable because, like, when you do an interview, they will be like, no, you need to do like 3 or 4 mock interviews, and their grant support office will help set up mock interviews, you know, and it's just the whole sort of system of applying for research funding. I think there's really an equity issue, and that probably limits the quality of the grants that you're getting from our institutions, and how can we address that?
Bianca, thank you for that feedback, and we are aware of that. And this is the reason why recently we also set up an equity department that works with themes across Wellcome. And part of the objectives of this department is basically what you just said. It's not an easy process, I have to say. It's a systemic issue, and we cannot change it overnight. However, there are a few activities that are actually already ongoing that is really aimed at addressing this. For example, for the discovery research schemes, we have set up some regional hubs really to help with that kind of application process. I mean, if anyone here is interested in applying in discovery research Open Mod Awards, let me know. We can point you out towards the right direction. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, so in Discovery, they have also started this program where you can observe committee meetings, which I think is really, really valuable for understanding how the interview process works and seeing some examples of successful interviews. And then more generally, we ask all our reviewers to take the background of the university into account. And of course, that is really, really tricky, right? If you have an amazing grant application or amazingly written, rather, grant application coming from King's or somewhere, and you compare it to somewhere else, it is very hard in your mind to kind of take that context into account. But at least we prompt reviewers continuously on that. And we are considering a few other projects that we could implement to help with that. So again, as Ekin has said, we are starting to think a lot more about that.
And also, just to add to this, as Winnie mentioned, I think going forward, we will be increasingly interested on the African continent. And if anyone here has like tangible ways via which this can be tackled, always open for feedback and open for ideas. It is difficult to come up with these tangible solutions within a short period of time because we are not on the ground, right? So we are always open to hear from you. Go for it.
So, I mean, maybe one opportunity that would be hugely valuable is if you've applied for a grant, well, the feedback that you get, and I know it's not feasible for every application, but the feedback really does help sort of inform you what were the strengths, the weaknesses of this application, how can it be improved, and maybe doing that in a way that benefits the whole community. So you take sort of anonymized applications and say, you know, here's an example, these are the strengths and weaknesses of this application. Because then everyone gets to learn from, I mean, I know there's a lot in applications that is confidential, but yeah, just, I guess, drawing lessons across different applications and making those sort of available to the whole community?
I mean, I think that's a great idea, and I'll make sure to feed it back. And also, we can always create a mock application and have a review process if basically the information is a problem. So I think these can be overcome, and I think that sounds like a very good idea. And, you know, especially coming from a researcher perspective, it's really, I think it might be very useful for us to think about the future. So thank you.
Okay. Yes, I have one short question. You did mention in the your talk earlier about the UK-specific mental health prize.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to know if it allows for collaborations with people within the African continent, if it's possible to find applications from there and collaborate with them. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. It is possible. So the UK data prize is just that the main applicant has to be from the UK, and collaborators can be from anywhere, or even co-applicants. Unfortunately, I have to say that the application deadline has passed for that. So it's not an open opportunity at the moment, but we are considering another round. But again, I can't give you any details. Again, that is in discussion at the moment. But if pretty much with anything, with any funding we have, for example, the youth call, I mean, obviously it's open to Africa anyway, but let's say, you know, there was a co-applicant from America or somewhere, that is always fine. So with any opportunity that we put out there, it's always about the lead applicant, the geographies, and then collaborators, co-applicants can be from anywhere.
But also, that makes me think, if the next cycle of the UK prize goes ahead, maybe we should also circulate it within this network, you know, in terms of collaborators. So something for us to think about, Sylvia.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something little about the Aphrc and the being Pan-African led and African based with a mandate in Africa. We are doing our little, perhaps not so little, we're doing our part in enhancing this capacity. So as you may be aware, Aphrc doesn't just do research. We have the bits about policy engagement and communication, but we have a very strong department around research and related capacity strengthening with curated programs. Some of things I think actually benefit from Welcome. So for example, I'm aware that the Aphrc Research Support Hub, yeah, that is Welcome funded, and it has a cohort of postgraduate, postdoc researchers. I've been part of the mentorship and supporting training programs, and they have a South African cohort currently going on. We've had an East African cohort, and we completed the West African cohort as well. And very many people are invited to apply, and they are paired by senior researchers, some within Aphrc, some outside Aphrc, and they are taken through the whole process. So we have a whole workshop around, you know, grant writing and all those things related to that, including good finance grant practices, which is something that we work together with Africa Academy of Sciences to improve institutions on reporting and governance and systems and things like that. So there are some of those, but a lot more can actually be found within the research and related capacity strengthening division in Aphrc. And I'm happy to put some of the colleagues in touch with my colleagues.
So basically, the regional hubs I was referring to is that one.
Yeah.
That one of the hubs is led by Aphrc. So I'm actually wondering, Fred, maybe all of these different kind of initiatives that you mentioned, maybe it would be worth circulating them within this community. So
yeah, certainly. I'll put the person in charge with this. They have all the documentation, all the information placed somewhere. And I'm sure it can be helpful to some of the colleagues. And some of them are ongoing. They recruit on a rolling basis, ongoing support. Aphrc operates on an open door policy. So if you wrote to us, we would possibly find someone you can work with. We're not saying we are the best, but we try out there. And we're always happy to help.
All right. Any other questions or feedback? But questions, preferably.
More money.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think it's really, yeah, okay, I have to stand. So it's really very timely that we have this talk after the panel session that talked about sustainability and capital ventures with Wangari. I think that's a new aspect and new partnerships, so potential partnerships that could come out of that. So I'm really looking forward to getting a deeper understanding, especially from Wangari and from the team here, because we need to form new partnerships or blended partnerships to be able to sustain or scale and think differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Any other questions? Anything online? And there's some across there.
Okay, my name is Selina. It's not just it's not a question, and I believe I couldn't be the only or among the government officers around this place. I head the Department of Mental Health at Mombasa County. And for me, I'm so excited because I'm seeing a very big opportunity for the government. And even if it's not, I may not talk about other county governments, because in Kenya, we have the central government, we have the 47 governments. But I know within the counties there is a very huge opportunity in terms of partnership and collaboration, and I welcome you to Mombasa County. Actually, as we are talking, I talked to our CEC, that is our minister at the county level, is just called me and was talking. I'm in a forum where we are being requested, or rather directed, to come up with a mental health policy for our county. So for me, it's an opportunity, not only on policy and also research work. There is a lot happening in the counties, in the county governments, for those who are within Kenya, and you are most welcome to Mombasa County, the county that has hosted you. You at least impact in mental health interventions and especially research. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Good to hear from the county government, and we're looking forward to working together and exploiting available opportunities. Yes, Fred?
So I'm really happy to hear that we have the mental health focal person for Mombasa. I know I'm meant to speak with her, but as APHRC, we've supported Nairobi City County, Kwale County to actually write and publish their strategic action plan, and yours truly has been actively involved in both of those instances. And we know that it starts with an strategic action plan before you get into the policy and things like that. So I'll be happy, we will be happy to have that conversation and see how we can take it forward.
All right, thank you. I think we can close.
Okay. Well done, all of you. I mean, it's just been fantastic. All the messages. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much to the welcome team for also taking time off to answer any extra questions and give us additional information as people requested. So as we get to the close of this event, I would like to invite Dr. Andre Pascal, who is APHRC Director of Research, back to the stage.
Thank you, Doris. I know I'm standing between you and your launch and your both trip, so I wouldn't keep the stage for that long. I want to start with a short story reflecting my early interaction with this beautiful country. My very first visit to Kenya was in 2001, I believe, and it was at the invitation of the World Health Organization for a meeting around chronic disease with a focus on Africa. But they were also using that opportunity to sort of test what is now known as the WHO STEP survey tool. So I happen to be one of those who actually work on that question at the early stage. Well, I mean, what I'm coming to is that at that meeting there was about 20 of us in the room, and that's actually across the entire Africa. I was very young, of course, in those days, not like now. And I was like a little star in the room. And why? Because in those days, Cameroon was in the sub-region, maybe the only of one of the countries in which there have been survey on chronic disease. When you talk of survey, actually it's survey on basically risk factor like obesity, and then nutrition, maybe measuring blood pressure, and doing finger prick for glucose. And that data was being used to make inference across the entire sub-Saharan Africa in terms of what is the prevalence of those conditions. And I can assure you that at that meeting, no word of mention on mental health. So then 25 years later, seeing all of us sitting in this room for 3 consecutive days, not discussing about NCD at large, but discussing about mental health. To me, it's a sign of great evolution we should all be proud of as African, and really see things positively, seeing the glass more as half full than half empty. Be proud of the work we are achieving, but also be ready to actually find solution to our own issues. So I'm really grateful to see that over time we are not only investing more into NCD at large in Africa, but we are even able to dig deeper in some of the previously neglected NCDs. So having said that, it's my view that this final convening shouldn't be the end, but it should rather be the start of a new journey. I think some have been told that they can actually apply for no-cost extension to complete their work, which is still unfinished. But even for those who already finished, you've seen that there's still room to refine the work you've been doing, to expand it, and ultimately to move it from research to actually down the implementation pathway, and to ultimately affect the health and well-being of the people. That's only when you've actually, in quote, reached the end. Research will actually make sense only when it's adopted actually in the practice to eventually improve the life and well-being of the people. We've also learned throughout the past 3 days, and even through the panel here, that way forward can only be a collective undertaking. I've mentioned your role as investigator to continue to refining your intervention, your innovation, and then moving it down the line of implementation. But we at APHRC also got a role as we are a research to impact organization. So we got a role as doer. We do research, and that research also touched on mental health, which is some of the work that Aphrc is doing. We got to continue to do that. But we also got a role as connector or as a convener, as you've seen here, and we will miss the opportunity of actually continuing to play that particular role. And I'm not undermining the role of other stakeholders in the room. They also got the role to play, and in that regard, it's my sincere wish that those conversations currently happening at Wellcome Trust result in something that could potentially help you in some way to move this important work forward. I happen to have been in the room during the deliberation to select the winning proposal for this initiative. It was a requirement from Wellcome Trust that APHRC's leadership should be in the room to oversee the process. And from actually seeing the process through those, I think there were 3 or 4 days, I already had the sense that those involved did a great work. And you have just confirmed that over the past 2 to 3 days by actually sharing with us the amazing work. So that's really speak to. So you should be really proud of yourself, definitely. So that reflecting the fact that they really did an objective work by actually prioritizing that the project that potentially with the potential impact. And behind the scene has been a team of nearly 20 people from APHRC, led by Sylvia. They're all in the room. If you could stand, please. APHRC team. I think as an organization, we are really proud of what you've been able to achieve, and we are here today because of your commitment, your outstanding work. Then, obviously, to all the team here, I've said already, you've done amazing work. We've appreciated all you've done so far, quality of the presentation, your teamwork and so on. And I hope that, it's got, as I said, just a start. You've been able to do that research, but also build new connection and make sure that you keep those connections to actually move the agenda, not only at the country level, but also at the continental level. I also want to appreciate the national and the county DOH. You've seen that in spite of their busy schedule, they sent someone here to be with us on the very first day. And throughout the 3 days, the county has been with us. We don't take that for granted, and we are very appreciative. Our other partner, obviously, African CDC, Vilgra Africa, thank you so much for being by our side. The last and not the least, our funder. And the Mental Health Data Prize Africa has been made possible through the generosity of Wellcome Trust. And we are really grateful to the organization for this initiative, but also for all the support received from you as an organization. So please, a round of applause for your Wellcome Trust. As I said, it was not my intention to keep you for too long, so I want to end at this stage while actually wishing you to enjoy all the best that Mombasa has got to offer, and obviously wishing you also a very safe trip back to your respective organization and country. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. The second last thing. We have about 5 minutes left to closing, but we don't want to go without feedback and recommendations. It's just part of our regular evaluation. So we have another mentee coming up. Just please share some overall feedback, recommendations. Okay, well, it comes on. It's on. Okay.
So as you give us feedback, I'd like to make a quick announcement. So for people leaving tomorrow, please check out of your room by 11. If you have a later flight, they've agreed to keep your bags at the reception until when you have to leave. And as for the transfers, I have asked the hotel to have you leave here 3 hours before your flight time. So please keep that in mind.
All right, thank you. Please continue to provide the feedback. I'm seeing well organized and facilitated. Great job, great progress on mental health. Make the programs shorter. Yeah, maybe less packed, but then that becomes 4 or 5 days that you may need. We need to have a week next, if there's another time, but all this is being noted anyway. We need more funding to complete our innovations. Great panel, 10 out of 10 experience. Great showcase of various innovations. Hope the various teams will identify synergy and collaborate on future large grants to advance their research. And let's scroll down. Yeah, and innovations. Everything went well. It was informative. Great initiative from Aphrc, and thanking Welcome for the support. Angela, Joy, Fred, Joel, etc. Great team. Positive energy. Enjoyed the hospitality, seamless experience. Good to meet face-to-face with other teams and have personal interactions. More support needed on policy. We need more time off duty. That may go to the various employers, I don't know. Amazing week, spoke to so many interesting people. I think people have had a lot of good interaction with each other physically, face-to-face. Malawi team rocks. Angela, you're a star. I don't know what she did to people. More variety of kinds of presentation or workshop would also be great. More small group discussion. I think, yeah, project teams need to think around how to commercialize their products for sustainability. More time for showcasing. Humongous leap towards mental health in Africa. Yeah, so thank you for the feedback and recommendations. If more come, we shall see them. Suggested changes: number 1, treat awardees as partners or equals, get their input on how the program is structured from the outset. 2, earlier induction workshop. 3, awardees can contribute to capacity. Thanks, those are noted as well. More support to scale. Very insightful event. Okay, I think Christine and team are requesting for a photo. Christine, is that right? Okay, we're going to have a fun photo outside right after this, but a colorful photo. Huh? Yeah, after that, and that is, you know, the end of the formally organized ventures. So our director of research already closed. I think I don't have much more to say. Thank you all for coming. Safe travel back to your homes and offices and countries, and hope you enjoyed your stay. Thank you.